and that's completely different.
How is that? How is that different
Well, hang on.
if they wanted to make it normalized?
I'm gonna end this conversation.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
no, 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 no. Tink, tink. I'm gonna follow you. You and I will have a debate tomorrow on trans spaces, or follow me on your real account. I just saw that's not a real account you have. What's your main account?
It's blocked.
It's blocked here.
On mine?
Yeah.
What is it? I'll unblock it right now.
Don't worry. I'll just come out of this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll talk to you another time then. Carmen, I'm gonna drop you, and people in the
Thank you.
comments.
Thanks for
Well,
having me, y'all.
yeah, no problem. Just a quick heads up, Carmen. I
Yes.
know
Hmm.
you're an ally and all that. I hate to people in the comments. Let me just explain this to you, right? Carmen, you said a word that is upsetting to trans people that I know you didn't mean in any way whatsoever. You said a trans. It's sort of like saying a black. It's a very offensive way of sort of like characterizing, if you know what I mean. And people in the comments were like sort of like calling it out and stuff. Guys, if I can just sort of suggest we need to give grace to people who
That
are
are educated, that's learning. I'm
that
learning.
yeah,
I'm still learning.
exactly.
I'm still
And
learning, but I'm accepting of it.
exactly. And think about timing. It would have been stupid for me to interrupt Carmen as she was talking and correct her on that word. Someone who's an ally who's calling out the real problem when that's something that I can handle privately. And honestly, like to be clear with Carmen, I was just going to DM her. I wasn't even going to say this at all because, like, Carmen, I know only wants to do good. And so I don't have to publicly say shit. And I understand you guys may be thinking, oh, but the public knowledge of like letting people know and stuff, we do this all the goddamn time, right? I can do that with another person. Why would I do it with an ally while she's going up against a bad person? And so I really want people to learn a bit, in my opinion, to actually learning makes it sound like the way I'm saying it is the best way of doing it. It's my way of doing it. I don't understand the point in tone policing someone who's on our side, who I know will correct an issue that I can discreetly let them know. There's a difference between a call out and a call in. When it's a friendly, you message them discreetly, you give them the heads up, you don't try to embarrass them, you don't try to in any way deflect from their point. That's a call in. And if they don't change, then it becomes a call out. So like
Correct.
folk, I really think we need to like realize like
Right.
we're all imperfect people. It's where's your heart at? Generally speaking, where's your heart at? And that should be what we kind of focus on. And when we jump on these things, like it's giving what the hell what is it? The Monty Python Life of Brian, I think it is, where did you know what I'm talking about, Ernesto? Where he's doing it, where the crowd just starts jumping whenever
I
someone
can't
does
remember
something.
what. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Can you grab that clip so we
Yeah.
can play that so people
Can I say
understand?
something before I drop, Irish?
Yeah,
I'm because
sure,
I'm
of
gonna drop.
course.
I'm gonna drop. The thing about it is that I do this in real life, right? This is what I do in real life, and accepting my brother, who was an open gay man, had a, he had it hard. He really had it hard. And when he came out to us, he shouldn't have never had to came out to us. He should have just been himself. And I started doing the work in the 80s. And, you know, sometimes my verbiage, I slip up with a lot of things that I say, but I do know that it doesn't excuse what I said. It's just to me that I think we get so caught up because I don't like being around Yahtzees, and people like being around Yahtzee people. I don't go into spaces anymore where the Yahtzees hang out at. I used to like aqua water, and I don't drink aqua water anymore. And I'm being sarcastic, and I'll go down in the stops, in the nosebleeds.
Because I was like, what the hell's happening? All right. Thanks so much,
Did
Carmen.
you get that part? Did you
Yeah,
get
I
it?
did. I did. I did. All right. Let me drop you down. All the best, Carmen. Cheers. I post, appreciate your patience. What slander do you think I'm committing against Blitz and or Peterson or Nixie?
I was mainly going for like the Peterson thing because that's kind of like your focus. right?
Okay, what slander do you? First of all, you're familiar with what defamation is, right?
Oh yeah, no, you're basically like you're lying about someone's
Well, hang on.
character.
Sorry. No,
Down.
no. So that's not what defamation is. So let me explain what defamation is. Lying about someone's character, that would be opinion, right? If I said someone's a bad person, that's an opinion. You can't prove
You
if
can say the
someone's
same
good.
thing as
Hang
them
on,
being a pedophile. Though.
hang on. Can I
What?
finish?
Yeah, sorry. I just
No problem. I understand.
my bad.
So when you say something bad about someone's character, where you say something like "that's a bad guy" or "I don't like that guy," those are statements of opinion. That's not defamation or slander. You're correct. A defamation or slander is when you're making a statement of fact, something that can be proven, right? Meaning, if you call someone a Petritio, that's either true or false. There's no opinions about it. You either did it or you didn't, right? So what statement of fact have I made about Peterson that you believe is slander?
Well, you said he was like, what was it? Someone who harbors pedophiles in a server and like,
That's been admitted.
huh?
So did you know that his server had multiple people that were espousing pedophilia beliefs, and that they were kept in the server, and that they were given a Discord role called Schmedophile? Did you know that?
Yes. Yeah, he
Okay,
stated that in his video.
great. So can you explain to me how am I wrong in saying his server harbored Petridios? What's the false statement?
I mean, if you put it in that aspect, yeah, it is actually kind of true. He did have people that did identify themselves as pedos.
And he refused to remove them. He refused. I don't know if you saw my screenshots where people were asking, pleading with him, explaining that his response was, when he was asked one of the times, was, "I'm not going to do it because I enjoy it." I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I
He
saw that
tried,
picture when you showed
yeah,
it.
he
That
tries to
he-
mischaracterize what I'm saying. When I say he enjoys it, I don't think he's getting off on the pedophiles. He's getting off on laughing at them, right?
Yeah,
And the second thing he said was free speech. And in the free speech one, there was multiple pages of screenshots where the people were saying, "We understand what free speech is. We're not an idiot, Eric, but you have a private community, and there's MINORs in that community. You have a private community, and you have a responsibility to protect that community." And he said, "Nope. Unless they say something illegal, I'm not going to kick them." So harboring Petridios is a factually accurate statement. And I don't even think it's exaggerated. It's factually true. Do you disagree with that?
no, you're right. No, I don't
So
disagree
what
at
else?
all.
So what else have I said that you think is factually inaccurate? Because I think that's fucked up in my perspective. So what else do you think I've said that's a lie?
Well, no, well, the whole thing that I'm kind of confused about is
Sure.
well, I mean, yeah, he said all that like fucked up shit, but he said the fucked up shit under the guise that the people that were there were adults. I mean, like,
Why do you say under the
like,
guise that they were
foundation.
adults? Did you know that he deleted the evidence that they were MINORs?
Nope,
Did you
not
see
that
this
part.
screenshot?
Let me see.
See the screenshot on the left? That's a screenshot I took on May 25th.
Hmm.
That's the MINOR announcing to everyone that they're 14. You'll see directly under is Saddam Hussein responding. And I can't really read that well, but Saddam says a word beginning with L. Attention? What is that word? I can't see what the word is, but you can see on the right-hand side, that message is deleted a week after. So I called out Peterson on May 25th or May 26th, I can't remember. And I took these screenshots. And then he shut down his server. He deleted channels. And then he went back and he deleted specific messages hiding the evidence that there were MINORs in there. And that is right there, very clear proof that Saddam, because in this case I was lucky, right? Saddam responded. And so that was able to show message deleted. Imagine if Saddam had not responded. How would I have proven to you that that was a faked one? Here, the person T, Tungsten, also responded. And look at Tungsten, message deleted. Here, this is a lot of information, but let me help break it down a little bit. Do you see the
Yeah,
top
don't worry
left
about it.
part there where it's yellow highlighted and it says 14? Or what does it say? I can't even read it.
I
No,
think it's
for real. It says FR. Now, see where it says FR? Now, that yellow highlighting, go down to the yellow highlighting near the bottom where it says everyone will be saying something. can't read it, right?
Death threats.
Yeah, okay, is that what it says? So it goes from FR to that death threats. And look at all the stuff in between. One of those things is in green, where it says the fact that I'm 14. You see that. Now look to the right, and you see it goes from for real to everyone. Everything's been deleted in between, including the age.
Mhm.
Now also, we have this screenshot. This is a screenshot that was posted on May 25th or 26th in Peterson's server of his friends recording my live while I... Did you just leave?
Wait, was this too much?
I don't understand you. Did you just leave? All right, I'll finish this point. This is a screenshot taken by his friends where I'm live inside of his server and I'm showing his server in real time. So this is video we have, buddy. And in this it says, "'Cause I was young," and then it says, "I'm 14 now," and then it says, "Many young teens." And then this is what it looks like today. Oh, he didn't drop. He got dropped for some reason.
Oh,
And
something.
now
okay.
this is what it says today. So it used to say, "'Cause I was young, I'm 14 now." And now it just says, "'Cause I was young," and he deleted the "I'm 14." Now, you know, there's also this, and trigger warning, and I'm not trying to say, like, I'm not trying to over-exaggerate, but trigger warning, if you've got any issue with uncomfortable photos, look away, and I'll tell you when you can look back, and take a
One
screenshot
second,
of
'cause
this.
this is what
Well,
always ends up killing, just destroying the live. So as small time as possible in posting.
Yeah,
this.
no, I agree. That's what I'm going to do. So are you looking, iPost?
Yeah, no, I'm following
I'm going
along.
to ask you to take this screenshot. Get ready. Ready?
Right?
Take that screenshot.
Trying. There we go.
Okay.
Got it.
Now, that was a screenshot of an MINOR who talks about him getting removed from another server. And he posted that saying, "I don't know why I get removed. I think it's because I post this photo." Now, I know that was an MINOR. They know that was an MINOR, right? I don't know what that photo is. I'm not sure, is that the MINOR posting a photo of himself? I'm not sure if that's the MINOR who just had a photo of a young child that he would post to trigger people. I'm not sure which it was, right? So I'm not claiming that is the MINOR. I don't know. It's 50-50. I literally have no clue, right? What I found astonishing was you saw that image, and I want you to look at your screenshot. Really carefully look at that screenshot. And I think that's a very uncomfortable image. For me, when I look at that image, I feel very uncomfortable. And what I found astonishing was not a single person in that server blinked an eye. Not a single person asked, "What is that?" Not a single person said, "That is inappropriate." Not a single person asked, "Is that you?" Not a single person asked, "Is that a real person?" Not a single person said, "I don't like this, can we remove this?" Not a single person said, "Can we not post photos of MINORs from MINORs?" Not a single person reacted at all, even though if you look at the image I just had up there, you'll notice that was posted in response to Peterson, right? Peterson keeps claiming, how could I know? That was literally them responding to Peterson. And I think that if that photo was posted in any other server, I know it's sure as hell, if that was posted in my server, everyone would have reacted. And so the fact that they didn't even react in his server shows you, I think, how commonplace this was. So respectfully, when you're saying that they didn't know, are you aware that they even disclosed it when they were schmexually harassing the MINORs? Have you seen those screenshots?
You mean when they were like, what was it, basically talking to them as if they weren't a minor? Or
No, let me show you. Give me a second. Because I appreciate... this is why, like,
honestly,
I don't get
just trying to understand, like,
this
both
is why
sides.
I don't
I'm
get
not really
it.
trying
This is
to,
why I'm not
like,
angry at you, dude, because you are being given half a story. I get it. It's frustrating for me, but I get it. You were told something and you're like, well, that sounds reasonable. and you're just sort of learning it. I get it. It's like I don't like people like you because like you're fucking like deflecting from the story and you keep on like defending this asshat. But I understand why you're doing it. It's because someone you like, and I get it, is telling you something, and you're kind of, it sounds kind of real, so you're like taking it. And but here's all the I'm giving you, like, I'm unlike Peterson, I'm happy to talk about this live. So here is an adult, go away America.
By the way, I
talking
can't
to-
like see the left side because of my phone, the way it's put up, so I can't see like the whole photo. But
That's okay. I'll read it out. The guy in red is talking to an MINOR, and he's talking about getting hard, and then he says, "I'm actually full chub." Then another person talks about the adult thinks the MINOR, and it didn't say MINOR, it named the person. I'm just not naming the person. I think to the adult, it's saying, I think the MINOR is a really hard man. Him and blank are talking for just a little, and now they're both rock hard men. Then the adult responds, I'm actually now super hard. And then someone says, men do really turn each other into hard men. That screenshot is a series of 5 to 10 screenshots. I can't remember exactly how many. And one of the screenshots in that series is this, where the adult very clearly says to the MINOR, what, you don't want to be hard? To which one of the other people in the server point out that the MIN they're talking to is, they're defo in middle school. They're defo in middle school and just learned swear words. To which the adult then, because they're realizing that this is possibly someone who's prepubescent, I guess, is making a joke, I think is what they're doing. Oh, so are you soft? So going from, are you hard? No, he's in middle school, so he's soft. That's how I read it, but it doesn't really matter. Like, you read it however you want. The point is, they continue talking about the MINOR getting hard, even though in the exact same conversation, they're literally saying they know they're in middle school. And there's multiple of these type of screenshots. And as it pertains to Peterson claiming, I had no idea, I would never use sexual language with a minor. Well, in this screenshot here, oh, I'll have to actually change this a little bit. Give me a second. Let me just change the layout.
I'm also trying to go through your video to try to see if I can find the same picture so I can see the whole thing. It's a little difficult.
Can you see the whole thing now?
Yeah, actually, yeah, no, this actually works.
Okay, great. So here, this is Peterson admitting that he knows the person he's talking to is one of two things, a troll or a child. Here he says at the top, I'll let him say one more thing before he gets kicked. Obviously an immature kid or a troll. Couldn't be more clear that he thinks it's a troll or a child. 2 messages later, he says to that MINOR, God just revealed to me that you, the child, had ANAL Schminter course with your dog last night. And let me be clear, if that's 2 dudes talking, I don't care. I don't care, right? He literally knew he was or in this case, it's definitive. He knew it was likely he was saying that to an MINOR. I don't think that's appropriate for an adult to do. I don't think it's appropriate for the owner of the server to do. I think it's even more inappropriate for someone who's a 33-year-old teacher. And I think it's extremely inappropriate when his server was open to his own students. He had no age verification process. He had no rule saying you have to be 18 plus. And he had no rule that said, or any attempt to determine if any of the people in his server were his own students. I don't think that's appropriate, and I don't think I'm wrong for calling that out. And I think it's wrong, instead, that Peterson has turned around and said, well, Irish masturbates to children. And everything Irish has said, his newest video says, everything Irish has said is a lie.
Without
This
any
man
proof
should've-
against Irish.
Yeah, this man should have just come out and said, I messed up. Irish brought this to mind, and I tried to bring this to him privately because I was like, all right, benefit of the doubt, because I didn't know how bad it was at first. I tried to bring this to him privately. He literally blocked me on everything. I used an alt to comment saying, I need to talk to you, check your DMs about minors in your server. And he deleted the comments or blocked me. So I don't know if he deleted it and then blocked me, or blocked me and they got deleted. But I don't know why he would have blocked me but for reading that comment. And because he wasn't trying to talk to me discreetly, I looked into it further and I was like, wow, this is really bad. And that's when I had to go public with it. And even when I went public with it, I told him, if you do these things, we don't have to make this a bigger deal than what it is. And two of the key things in that war, make sure that there's a proper age verification process in place, which at that point I didn't trust him to put in place. And secondly, anyone who's really talking about anything schmedophilic has to be removed. And Peterson was too pig-headed to just simply work with me. Now, Peterson has now framed that to be Irish demanded $150 from me. What he's referring to is one of the requests was that he
I saw that part, yeah.
either send an email to TikTok to undo the damage he did. So you may not know, but I have multiple accounts because I call out bad people and I get bananaed.
Yeah,
right?
I can imagine.
And my accounts, I don't take my money from them. My accounts have hundreds of dollars on them because I've never pulled money out of TikTok, right? And so the account that he took down was one of my main accounts that had hundreds of dollars, probably over 1,000 in it, right? And so I told him, and I didn't really care as much about the money because I'm never going to take that money out. You don't need to know the whole story, but I'm retired. I used to be a lawyer. I've got money. I don't need it. And I don't want to give my details to a Chinese-owned corporation, okay? And so I told him, write to TikTok and tell them that you want to take back, your report, because he went into his server, and I've got all those screenshots where he said he unblocked himself from my account to report my account, and then I got permabanned. And so I told him, write to TikTok, fix that, or donate $150 to a deserving third party of my choice. And I thought that would be a fair either incentive for him to do the first part or penalty that he should be held somewhat accountable, but I didn't need the money and I didn't need to personally profit. And he's taken my attempt to hold him accountable for what he had done, make sure that he's actually taking accountability as being me trying to extort him. This guy is a liar. I liked him up until a month ago, dude. I was a fan of him.
I mean, I do have some questions though, if you're down for it. So the whole thing there with what is it? So the reason why I kind of looked into it is because I did enjoy, I do enjoy his content, the way he sort of debates and stuff.
Same.
So I wanted to look into it because, yeesh. But the thing I'm looking at here with the pictures, right? How you're showing that it's he's being harsh and stuff, and then as you're showing in the picture there. But with the question mark with the minor, I'm just kind of confused. Is that an actual minor, confirmed?
Great question. So there's two types of minors, okay? The only people I identified were people let me go back a step. If I have identified their actual age, then I have stated their actual age. If I've been unable to identify their actual age, and instead this was someone who they identified as a minor, then I put a question mark on it. Because as you're alluding to, that could be an 80-year-old FBI agent.
Because that's kind of what I'm getting at, right?
But that's me being fair. So I'm trying to indicate I can't tell you what that person is, but I know that the people in that server identified that person as a minor, and this is how they treated the person they believed to be a minor. Do you understand? So I'm trying to be fair in the sense that when I've confirmed what they are, then I just simply say what they are. But if it's someone who they all identified as a minor, then I'm trying to indicate to people, it's a question mark because hey, who knows? But they thought it was. And this is the same as this. If a P3DO is in a chat room trying to find children, and the P3DO starts talking to a 12-year-old girl, and ends up asking for nudes, ends up trying to set up a meet, and ends up going to a hotel with that 12-year-old girl. And if when the P3DO shows up, that 12-year-old girl is a 70-year-old FBI agent, Does the fact that they were a 70-year-old FBI agent change the wrongdoing of what they did?
No,
No.
see, no. But I'm also trying to wrap my head around something here, right? Because one thing he did mention was that like he's not good at the whole, what is it, Discord thing, right? He's not good at that, as he claims.
What does
I'm
that
just gonna
mean?
say that.
But what does that mean? Not good at
Well,
it.
that means you don't know how to set up a server properly. Like the whole age verification thing. If he said that that was like done by Discord for the most part, which probably not that fucking good. I mean,
Hang on. You understand that, firstly, all, there is an age verification process you can put in place on Discord, which he did not, right? That's not even what I'm criticizing him about. What I'm criticizing him about is the fact that he didn't have a rule. Go to any server that any TikTok creator is on that has any sort of following, and they have rules. Almost all of them that I know has a rule, you have to be 18 plus to be in this server. I think that when he was a teacher, he should have added another rule that if you were in my school, please let me know so I can like give you a special role so you're not able to see certain things. I think that he should have had that extra step, but he didn't even have the rule that said if you're an MINOR, you're not allowed in. And then more importantly, it clearly wasn't a rule because I showed you all the screenshots where the MINORs are saying their age. So they all knew it was filled with MINORs. So like when you're saying he's not good with Discord, look at that page. He's literally saying it's a kid. It's not that he's confused about what age they are. Like going back to these screenshots, which again, I wasn't sure if you were able to see, they're
trying to
saying
look
their
at it.
ages. They're literally saying, I'm 14. They talk about being in high school. They talk about being 2/3 of the way through high school. They talk about applying for colleges. They have one of their friends talk about the minors in the server, saying that they could be under 18, but maybe they're not. And they were saying that because they wanted a woman to post sexual pictures in the Discord. And the woman was saying, I don't feel comfortable posting those pictures because I don't think this is all adults in here. And they were saying, yeah, I know one guy who's in high school who's in the server, but that guy, he may not be a minor. He could be 18. So all of his mods knew Future, his best friend, without question his best friend. Do you ever notice Peterson only follows 23 people?
No, because I don't look,
Peterson only
super-
follows. He's got a large number of followers. He only follows 23 people. One of those people is called Professor Nixie. He's been exposed recently as being a man who had been sexually harassing and exploiting more than 20 women. He just deleted his TikTok. That man had 750,000 followers. This happened a week ago. So just to give you an idea of the type of people that Peterson supports, one of the 23 people that Peterson follows literally was exposed as a schmexual, harassing, exploiting, coercive type of person and deleted his TikTok when exposed. The other person is Blitz, who lies about and fakes sexual violence in order to undermine people's credibility. That's gross to me. One of his other friends is Future Nightmares. If you ever have watched his lives, not his recordings,
I have not.
yeah, his lives, Future is up there all the time. He's almost like a co-host, and he's up there until someone joins. Future is his best friend on TikTok. Let me show you what Future had to say. Hold on.
I'm kind of curious though. Isn't that sort of something well, I mean, do you do the same here on your live where you have like people that you're close to up the whole time, or? I mean, I don't know like the whole live stuff very well. It's not like something I go
Well,
to
yeah, no,
very.
he does, but what he's trying to show you is how this person is, the kind of person that Future is.
Yeah, sorry, let me
Yeah,
rephrase
but
it like
I'm
this.
also just trying to ask questions. Just like,
Yeah, let me
I
rephrase
don't
it
know.
like this.
I have so many
Ernest-
questions. It's really-
Ernesto would be like one of my closest friends, right?
Hmm.
Ernesto is up here, and usually like we'll be talking until someone like you would come in, right? And then we could talk to you. The reason why I'm saying that is, imagine my friend Ernesto admitted this. This is Peterson's closest friend and one of the 22 people now who he still follows. And him and I were arguing because he was defending Peterson for the longest time. He did not like me for a while. And then he did what you did right now. He talked to me. And here's what he posted in Peterson's server. This is inside Peterson's server that he posted this. All right, so Irish and I had a long and arduous back and forth and came to some understanding and some common ground. There's something I want to iron out with him that's between me and him based on some things he said. But here's my take. Now, the word MINOR is the name of a person that is an MINOR. So let's just call them Sean, okay? But here's my take. Sean and others wore MINORs. I'm not pointing fingers who knew or who didn't, but we have to admit we dropped the ball on this. And this led to Sean being messaged by Swagger, who we deemed as a P3TO. That's genuinely unacceptable. I know this is supposed to be a debate server, and we need to make sure who's verified over the age of 18, because this server with the screenshot, and what he's referring to is a screenshot below, which I'll show you. So I think he didn't use commas here, but he meant to. What he's saying is because this server with the screenshot below did endanger minors. We should accept that, and Irish is 100% correct on that. Then he talks about this claim they made that I was racist, that he was also making, and he says that's no longer true. I don't believe that. So there's no need to go into that, but that's what the next paragraph is. This is his closest friend. If you go to his server, this person posts prolifically up until 2 or 3 weeks ago. Because after he posted this, I've noticed he posts very, very little, or a lot less than he used to in that server. But there's no question this was his head mod and his best friend admitting they did endanger minors. And that what I'm claiming is correct. Now he also then, this is the screenshot. And that screenshot there is the evidence I had that the person that they believed was a P3TO had actually been DMing one of the MINORs, Sean. And so then he says, now I think this is a hard pill to swallow, but I think we need to throw our ego aside and realize, yeah, this server was fucked. And what we did, and what this server did was wrong. Having said that, it's really unacceptable, or having that happen is really unacceptable. So now I'm going to ask, and if it's a no, then it's a no. And he meant to say Irish, but I'll just add that. Irish wants to come to this server to talk things out with you, Planet Peterson, or can do it in DMs. And Peterson ultimately refuses.
Yeah,
this is his
before
own friend, like-
go on, just real quick, because I saw in the screenshot in the previous one, at the very bottom, I was kind of curious as to why that was, like, what was cut off there at the end. Because I see how, like, yeah, he's saying that it's like, I mean, I can see the whole thing.
You can go into the server. You can read the whole thing. That's the point, is that the only evidence that's been deleted is evidence he deleted. You can go. So when you say it's cut off, I can only take a screenshot. I can't squeeze more.
No, that's why I was curious as to what was like.
So just go check it out.
Okay, right, I'll do that.
Right? Like, I'm not hiding it. Like, go into his server, type in the word, him calling Peterson a P3TO with blank. Go check it out. I don't know why you think that would change the very clear statement in the paragraph above.
No. I'm not even like I'm not
know,
trying to say anything
I get
about
it.
like the stuff above. I was just curious because that's sort of where it said, him being a pedo. I was like,
I
seems
get
like
it,
there's a
but like,
statement being made, and I was just kind of curious. But
I hear you. Go check it out. I guess what I'm curious about is, like, I don't understand why anyone's believing his nonsense. Because anytime you're asking a question, boom, I have it all ready and all done. I already have, like, collected all this evidence meticulously. Yet he goes
honestly,
around saying,
it's actually kind of amazing. But there is just like,
hang on. This is another one of Peterson's close friends, and this was someone who was also defending Peterson for the longest time. This is him in my DMs. Let me be clear. This was not posted in Peterson's server, so you can't get this.
Yeah, no, I saw that picture where it was.
Yeah, and this is him, and he said he'd like to make a public statement. So he then shared, this is my public statement, and gave me permission to share this. This is Peterson's friend who was in his server for months. And once he talked to me, this is what his response was. Planet Peterson is in the wrong for sheltering and protecting P-Treatios, bullying minors, and saying sexual stuff around minors. Now, Peterson keeps saying, Irish is saying I was sexting, and you came in, I think, and suggested that was it. That's not what I'm alleging. I'm not saying
that
he
wasn't
hit
exactly
on
what I
minors.
suggested, because
No,
that I wasn't. No,
but
because
you said that because he's saying that.
You are trying to put words in my mouth. Just real quick, I didn't say that like he was sexing minors. I was just curious about like how, you know, a lot of what he like said in his video as well. Like it comes a lot down to how he is as a person, you know, with like the harshness, and then it comes down to like how people are fucking assholes, you know. So I was just kind of like.
People being assholes is fine. People being assholes, bullying, and subjecting and endangering minors to P-Treatios, that's not being an asshole, dude. That's being
No,
reckless.
but I
That's
also
being...
just real quick before I go further, just before this all came out, so the age verification thing that was there before you.
He didn't have an age verification process before I exposed him. In fact, let me give you that one.
Well,
Hold
then
on.
yeah, that was a problem. That was a wrong thing. Okay, but wait, then yeah, no wonder he had minors on his server. What the fuck?
Well, but even recognizing the fact that their minors were there and they were still doing what they were doing is a problem. Regardless
Well, I
of
mean, I
whether,
guess so, but if the whole point is to come there and debate and like try to be like more sort of like free speech, as you know, like
wholeheartedly, I agree, and that's a great place. If you want to have that kind of space, great, but you have to protect minors always. Always.
yeah, I like here's the thing. I understand completely what you're saying, but it's also just sort of like the age verification thing not being there. Yeah, that was bad, but then it also kind of comes down to he like the way is, you know, as a you like he's very harsh in his videos. No wonder he'd kind of just talk shit to people that, you know, debate him as well on like the text and stuff.
Minors. We still.
Yeah,
I get it. Look, everything you're saying, I understand. But when you introduce minors to it, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter, because that is where the problem lies.
Yeah, because you keep saying, look at how harsh he was with people in his lives. I'm not policing him on that. I do the same thing. It's that he
did it to kids on a regular basis, and he didn't care.
And he knew he was doing it to kids. It's not like he accidentally did it. And so let me show you this.
Well, yeah,
He
no. The
claimed
thing
he-
is, I'm also trying to put myself into his position. So like,
He's a teacher.
again, I'm really trying not to like.
I hear you, but he's
I'm
a
genuinely trying to be
teacher.
open. I'm trying to question some stuff.
Planet Peterson's rules are on the left-hand side.
Hmm.
There were 3 rules on the day that I entered the server. He can't edit something without a timestamp. And that may be where like he's an idiot on Discord. So on the right-hand side, he edited it to add a 4th rule, but he edited it the same night I called him out. It literally shows it being edited on May 27th. Whereas the
But yeah, that
screenshot
sounds like you made a change to something that you pointed out.
that I had pointed out to him a week prior, but he had deleted to hide it.
But
That's
he
the
did-
point. He
he
was
also-
hiding it. He only changed it when he was called out publicly. When he was told privately, he didn't do anything.
But he also made that change and claimed that it was always there.
When was it that he claimed it?
I don't remember him claiming it was always there. What he's
Yeah,
always
because I don't
claimed.
remember that either.
No, what he's always claimed is I always had age verification, right? And age verification
that's
is
what
a
he claimed.
broad, yeah,
Right,
that's a broad term, right? And so what if you press him on that, what he'll say is, "Oh, I had something on Discord." Now I have screenshots. I don't have those as easily to pull up, but like I have them where he's admitting he doesn't actually know how the age verification works. He just said, "I think it was something with Discord I did." Whereas almost all other servers, what we do is we not only have like actual systems in place with Discord, we also have rules, and we also usually verify people. Nobody gets into my server or most people's server without saying, "How old are you? Are you over 18?" It's literally the first thing we do. I give Peterson the chance to do that privately without making this a public thing.
Wait, so yeah, so I get that, but did you then like tell him how to set that up, or?
I offered. I was happy to do so. And his response was, "You can't actually really do age verification for real on Discord." That was his response. You can't ever really verify. And my response now, I don't think I got to respond because I think he blocked me then. What I was going to say was, we know you can't make it perfect. You can make it at least decent. Like his right now, like
There's so many things he could do to make it better that we could tell him, but he's running from this by calling me a guy who masturbates to children and saying that everything else is a lie. He doesn't want to learn. He just doesn't want to be held accountable. Like, what is it I lied about? Is what, like, you've come up here and I understand you're in good faith and I'm not angry and stuff, right? But
No, I get
what
that, yeah.
on earth have you asked me that you're not
Okay, wait,
happy
actually,
with
no, I
my
got something
response?
else. You said that he was talking sexually to minors as well.
I said that in my first video or first time I confronted him, and I can't remember exact words, but I know what you're referring to, right? And so it is absolutely fair to say that that was not great language, right? I totally accept that that's not great language because it could be implying that he's trying to sexually get with the minor, but it's not wrong language. And since the one time I phrased it like that, I've never phrased it like that since. What I've always said is that he's using sexual language with and around minors, and I'm not wrong on that. So, like, this is him telling someone who he himself is recognizing as a kid that he's talking about him having anal schmintercourse with a dog.
No, but that wasn't a kid because you couldn't confirm that it was.
Look in the top part where he says you're a troll or a child. Let me ask you this question. Would you have sex with someone if you thought they were either a troll or a child?
No.
Why not?
Well, because they could probably be a child, but then again, that is a
Would
completely
you talk
like.
sexually to someone who you believed could be a child?
I mean, I get where you're coming with the question, but it's like the thing is, it's a totally different situation, though. Like, I'm
Why?
genuinely trying to understand. Well, that's because it's over online. Like on Discord, I personally know myself. When I was a fucking like minor as well, I was a little fucking asshole who could like do some dumb shit.
Okay, I'm not blaming the minor here. I'm blaming the adult. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I know, but then he's like he's treating them basically how he would anyone else. I'm kind of struggling.
I agree. Do you think adults should treat children like adults? Because I don't.
Sure, no, not in person, but if they're coming online being little assholes, then fucking like I don't understand.
Do you think it's appropriate? Do you think it's appropriate to tell a 12-year-old that they had anal intercourse with a dog? Do you think that's appropriate? I
Not
don't.
personally, no. I also would say that that's like kind of over the line for me personally, but I definitely like see people who say that shit because
And I understand that. And 1 out of 5 women have been raped, but that doesn't mean I'm minimizing rape, right? So I understand there's lots of bad guys out there, right? We're not disagreeing that there's a lot of people who do bad stuff. That's not the question. The question is, if you wouldn't do it, why are you saying it's okay for Peterson to? Because you're not even a teacher, bro. And it wasn't any risk that it was your student in there. This was a server where his students could have been the ones he was talking to. And as a teacher, he literally should know better. It's the definition of someone who should know better. And I don't think a 33-year-old teacher should be talking to a child about having anal intercourse with a dog. Put it this way. If you found out that the teacher of your child in school talked about him having sex with a dog, you could be throwing hands. Am I wrong?
No. But then again, that kind of comes down to how I personally believe. Like, I mean, look, here's the thing. I get that what he's saying, like, yeah, it's wrong. No shit. But I'm just kind of like, if he deals with this sort of stuff on the daily as well, it's just sort of,
From minors.
I don't know.
So wait, it's okay to talk sexually to minors if you're a teacher because you deal with them all the time? Like, do you
Nope,
understand what you're
that's
saying?
not at all what I said. You're
That
putting words.
is what you said. No, I
No.
didn't put words in your mouth. That
No,
is
but
what
you
you said.
actually did. Like I'm like what I'm saying, what I'm trying to put into perspective is just
Am I complaining about him bullying adults?
no,
Am I complaining about him talking sexually to adults?
no,
So
not at
when
all.
you say if he has to put up with this all the time, you are implying
Well, if he's
that
under the
he has to put up
guise
with
of
this all the what?
if he's
How
under
is
the
he under-
guise, and most of them are probably adults, and I mean, yeah, it's wrong. It's fucked up. He should have definitely like done it better. But
So there is no
Wait,
but.
Carlotta, just 1 second. When you say under the guise,
mm,
what guise? What guise? Because what you're calling under the guise, I call a goddamn liar who's deflecting. How are you going to claim I didn't know when you have
yeah,
that
but he didn't
in your
say it
server?
to that kid though.
He
Like,
didn't,
yeah,
but that's the
it's
point.
bad.
He knew there were MINRs in the server. It wasn't a question mark. It wasn't a question mark that there were loads of MINORs in his server. Let me rephrase it this way. If he had said that to someone in the comments of his lives, I wouldn't be saying shit. I wouldn't be saying shit. This is a private Discord server that he created that he has some responsibility for.
Mm.
And honestly, like, I know you don't view yourself as a bad guy, but like, look at the comments, dude. Like, they're not all fucking social justice warriors. It's unacceptable that you're saying, you know what? He deals with this a lot, so let's give him a pass. That is what you're saying. I'm not mischaracterizing you. I'm not
No, you're
putting
right. I
words in
did.
your
You
mouth.
know what? I'll take that. I'll say that. Yeah, that was actually really badly worded of me. That was.
And
was not.
respectfully, if you do believe that, right? That's okay. But you
No, but you're actually doing a
cannot-
good job at kind of like turning me the other way as to like, yeah, that was a dumbass fucking thing to say.
But you cannot claim that I'm wrong for disagreeing with you. Like, you cannot claim that I'm wrong for saying, I don't think a 33-year-old teacher should do that. You can say that you maybe are not that level of caring, but you can't deny a lot of people give a shit. And we're not crazy for caring about it. You may disagree. You may have a bigger, wider threshold. But you got to understand, in that server, he was talking about his students, naming them by their name, calling them fucking horrible. While at
Wait,
the
he
same
said
time,
he was naming his students? Where does this
At
come
one-
from? Like, I know that he said students could be there, but
no. So I don't want to over exaggerate. At one point, someone asked, so you're literally in class or something right now? Or your students are doing something right now? And he said, well, yeah, everyone's working except Paul. He's sleeping. I don't think you should name your students in a server. But my bigger point is, this was a server where his students likely were. If a teacher said this stuff to a student in the classroom, he would be fired. But he just created a private Discord server where he could do it.
wait, okay, so yeah, like I see where you're coming from, but now I'm kind of like confused. How will he be fired by saying that in a public class? What?
If
Like in a
he
pu-
told a student, I talked to God and he told me that you were fucking your dog last night, I think a school could appropriately fire that teacher.
Yeah,
I
but that's
would not
because they
feel-
are certain as to the fact that it's a kid that they're talking to, or like
No.
I don't remember what age he teaches.
He teaches 15 to 16-year-olds.
Yeah, high school, right? Yeah.
And what? Again, you seem to make, and what? What is your point? Do you think a teacher should be able to say that to a 15, 16-year-old? I don't.
No, yeah, no, of course not. In
But he had a
person,
server where he credibly believed and did nothing to prevent his students from being in, yet he was talking like that to the minors in there.
yeah.
So, like, can I also, let me ask you this, right? You come in here, whatever word you want. I'm going to use the word heated, right? Believing that I was slandering this man's good name. Do you not also recognize how he's been lying to you? And does that not make you think, why would he be lying? Why isn't he
I watched both
making,
videos, and then it just seemed like his had more merit.
but why isn't he making the excuses you're making? He's not saying, I should be allowed to do this. He's saying it never happened.
Well, yeah, that's
Why?
because I'm the viewer. I'm not him. I like.
No, what I'm saying is, don't you realize that to me, if I had come to him about all this and he had said, oh, wow, I messed up, let me fix that, I don't think it would have made a big deal, right? It's the
Yeah, sure.
fact that he hid it, deleted messages, deleted chats, then he decided to say that the messages I have are faked, and they're not. There's not a single message I've shown that's fake. Then he tried to say, well, they're taken out of context. What context is missing? And then he tried to claim, well, he masturbates to children, so don't listen to him. What I'm asking you is, I want you to use reason and logic here, right? What does that say about him that he is lying? You know him to be lying now. You don't think I committed slander, correct?
That depends on which kind of claim.
Okay, what is it you think I lied about?
There's like the whole sort of what was it? The talking to minors sexually.
How is that a lie based on what I just showed you? How's that a lie?
You know, yeah, you're right. That's actually not a lie. Good point.
Peterson has told everyone I lied about everything. I'm asking you, don't you realize that when you talk about, remember when you come in and you said, well, if you say something bad about a person's character, what does it say about the man who's been accused of things he actually did is deleting evidence and denying it happened and telling lies to pretend it didn't happen? Doesn't that suggest
if it comes to the character thing, he also showed how you also, go around trying to get people's information.
I mean, come on. At some point, it is too much. Why are you deflecting so much and defending Peterson so much and trying to find excuses for a teacher that is seeing adults talking to minors not properly? Doesn't matter whether
Maybe
he talks
because I don't
directly.
see that if I were the minor and he talked like he talked like that to me, I don't see it as an issue.
Yeah, but this is not your problem. I am a mother. I see that this would totally be a problem that
How do you not know I'm not a father?
I hope that you're not a father because you're behaving like this.
That's good to know from. Okay, yeah.
Are you a father? Let's not mince. Yes or no? Let's not play. Are you a father?
Fucking no.
Okay, so don't do that. That's annoying.
Yeah, but the whole it's the assumption thing. Okay, yeah.
Aren't you doing the exact same thing based on what Peterson has told you about Irish? You're making the assumptions.
No, I'm not making a claim on Irish either.
Wait, but you're saying you are in fact making a claim when you say, but Peterson has shown this, that, and the other without.
Yes, that was his claim, and I wanted to bring it up just as a sort of other point where if it came up to the character slandering part.
Right. No, I get that. But did you ask Irish about that, or did you say that that's what it was?
No, because this now came up with the character slandering stuff. So that's why I was that's why I brought that part up.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, after seeing that kind of evidence, can you admit that what Peterson did was wrong?
Yeah. I'm in actual full agreement that was really fucked up what he did.
Then what's the problem and why are you defending him? Okay.
I'm trying to think actually.
You
bring up a good point.
Let me recommend you do this. You want to learn, because I liked him a month ago. You can ask people in here who are in my server. I recommended people watch him 2 months ago, dude. I liked him, right? You came in here and you were heated. And you were in my comments, right? I didn't mute you. I didn't block you. I didn't silence you. I've let you ask.
I gotta give you credit because a lot of people would have done that. So yeah, you.
No. Hear me out.
No. I just want to say thank you for not doing that.
No, go to him. And what I want you to do is why aren't you posting evidence that Irish doxed your family? Or be more specific, why aren't you posting evidence Irish showed your address? And the moment you start asking him questions, you're going to be blocked.
Well, I didn't bring up the doxing thing. I brought up the other information seeking
Yeah,
stuff. But I
if you
will,
do
like, I'll
go
try.
to Peterson and you try to ask him any of these things, he's just going to block you, and I think that's very telling. And I think you should look at that for what it is, because if they're not willing to clear up any misinformation, if that's what he thinks it is, then he would do that. But he's not. He's just simply blocking everyone and then coming up with these lies about Irish to try and, defame him and decredit what he's trying to say. Because we've seen all the evidence, okay? And maybe you haven't. I know you just saw some from Irish, but I would look at this more of an outside perspective instead of saying, I really like this guy. Maybe you don't think it's possible for him to do that. Anyone can do these kind of things. You don't know everyone's intentions. And I think you should take a step back and look at that instead of coming up here. And you're learning, so I give that to you, but instead of coming up here and saying things that are defending him, because that's going to make a lot of other people mad who are parents and say, no, did you not see what happened in that server? Did you not see that he didn't take the P3DO out? Did you see him bullying kids? Like, people are going to get upset when you're defending something like that.
No, I get that. And you know what? I want to say, actually, like, as heated as I might have gotten, which, sorry,
It's fine.
first time I've done sort of this, but I was also just kind of curious. But I just want to say thank you for actually kind of showing me. Because, yeah, I came in with a lot of questions, which is why I probably had this, like, stance.
Nope,
But
it's
yeah,
fine.
I get it.
But
It-
Steph-
Go ahead,
I'm
Carla.
sorry.
You don't have to apologize. I get it. It's not your
Well,
fault.
it was wrong by me. So
Yeah, but
that's why I
it's
want
yeah, but it's not your. But that's my problem. That's why I'm trying to call this out. That wasn't your fault. Blitz and Peterson are doing this, and unfortunately, people don't care, and I think that's fucked up because they have no problem trying to destroy my life while they're pretending that I'm destroying their life. That's the messed up part. Like Blitz, for example, is claiming that I'm sending people to kill him. Like what the to send death
Yeah,
threats.
his whole thing I haven't seen. I mainly just saw the thing with like Peter sending you. So like Blitz's whole stuff, I have no clue. Him, I don't really know much about him, so I can't say sorry.
yeah, but you also don't know much about Peterson, and you also don't know much about Irish, and you could say a lot and defend Peterson a lot.
Well, I followed Peterson for a while due to the way I sort of like enjoyed sort of like his debates and stuff, and how I sort of agreed with a lot of what he did. But the way that like and the way you're putting it to me now, I will like I came in here with a stance where I thought, if I have all these sort of like what do you call it, like I wouldn't say that like I was a fan of his, but when it comes to
I get it. You are a supporter. Here's the thing that a lot of us don't talk about. He developed trust with you, whether or not you knew it or not, and that's why these bigger creators, they have a power. And I'm not fucking super on the left, dude. Like, but there is a power that when they say something, we've learned to trust them, so we just accept it as true. And unfortunately, the bad ones, which is a lot of them, that's why I do this stuff. There's a lot of bad creators out there. And when you try to call them out on it, they weaponize their user base to shut down criticism. Happens all the time, man.
Yeah, and that's why I want to say sorry, because I kind of let that, sort of happen to me, And I get why, people would probably be angry at me now. But it's just the whole sort of like, I respected him because of what, he did and his background in teaching. But then,
So one of the reasons why I got focused on Peterson was because he was giving me all these red flags that, do you ever heard of a term called grape culture?
Yeah. No, I know a lot about that, yeah.
Are you someone who denies that grape culture is a thing?
Nope.
So Peterson does. And Peterson perpetuates grape culture in a huge way. And one of the things I kind of noticed that Peterson fans are coming up and doing is a horrible grape culture myth, which is Peterson was one of the good guys. So he couldn't do the bad stuff. Do you know what I'm
Yeah, I
saying?
see where this is going. Yeah. No, see, the thing is, I just saw him as like, I agreed with his stuff, educational, right? That stuff. But I guess because I didn't see the like sort of, outside of that scope of things, and I just had this warped view.
Yeah. I mean,
So,
are you more of a liberal or more of a Republican?
I'm not an American, but I do sort of hold like I don't really have like a certain stance. I just kind of follow what like there is as like fact,
All
Like,
right. So where are you from?
oh shit, quite up north
Okay.
in the
Canada.
east. I'm Danish.
So like there's other stuff that he's done that to me is like disgusting, but like to a lot of people they wouldn't care because they're not on the left like I am. But
Hmm.
he strongly believes that prior racism shouldn't really change how it is we accommodate Black people or POCs today. And part of that belief is he believes it is that if a Black person doesn't want a white person to use the N-word, if a Black person doesn't want a white person to use the N-word, that the Black person is quote unquote racist. And his belief for that is that he believes social context shouldn't matter and that people should be equally allowed socially and morally to use whatever words they want. And part of that logic is extended to that's why he's got no problem bullying. There was a young Black kid who was 14 in his server who, when they debate evolution, they sometimes will say, you're evolved and you are a great ape, right? And that is a factually true statement, right?
Hmm.
But
Yeah.
you would agree that you would never go up to a Black person and say you're an ape just because of social context. We know what that word means for someone who's Black. And in his server, he would permit people to bully this specific young Black kid, calling him a dumb ape brain, dumb ape mind. And Peterson claims, oh, we only meant that in an evolutionary way, but why are you calling him a dumb ape? That doesn't make sense. And
Well,
the
see,
reason
now
why
I kind of have a
Peterson,
question, actually.
justified that was he believes because they are an ape and because white people and Black people should be treated exactly the same with no differences, that therefore is justifiable. And personally, I think that's just really, I personally, I think that's deplorable.
Yeah, that sounds messed up. But I just have like a question about that because as you were like saying it, you said it came up in like a debate, right? Where he then said that he
Debate in
can't.
the server.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was getting at. With like, if it was a debate in the server, I'm just kind of curious. Then did they know? Like, here's the thing, because I'm just kind of curious. Do they do this to other people as well? Where if they say like they're a great ape, do they then call them a dumb ape as well, or was it like specifically only this one person?
It was to multiple people. You're correct. It was multiple people. But
Well,
then when it
then,
was also called out to Peterson that it's racist, I can't remember his exact response, but it was something like, "I don't care about your feelings." I think that was that screenshot.
It
So
was
like,
called
it's not
out.
like
It was called out
yeah, I
by
wouldn't surprise me
by
if
the
they-
minor. By the minor.
by a different. Just to be clear, that was called out by a
Yeah.
different minor.
Can I ask a dumb question?
Sure.
Why are adults on Discord harboring spaces to share critical thinking with minors in the first place?
I mean, I could understand the argument in favor of what you just said, where adults could be engaging in discussion with minors where it had some form of mentoring, perhaps. I could see that being not unacceptable. But in this case, I mean, I would never do it. It's not personally within my own moral code. I would think it's too dangerous, so I personally wouldn't do it. But I could conceive, like, off of
Like if a pee-wee coach in which parents, put their son or daughter in a group, and if a sports coach was talking to their kids like he talks to kids on his server, how do you think parents would respond?
Exactly. Whereas, but let's be clear though, Blitz, from what I understand, Blitz, it's not what I understand. Blitz has said specifically that he sees no problem with servers that have adults and young minors in it. He's explicitly said he doesn't care if servers have men, adults, and children. And, you know, in his capacity where he's a science-based person, I could see an argument for it.
Do you have the server, or is it like shut down? Like, do you have a
He
Discord
still
link?
has the server, but he's deleted so much.
Okay,
But we
but
have screenshots
I mean,
showing.
have you also seen the stuff where he's like trying to where he's debunking those claims?
What is he claiming is debunked?
Huh? Well, no, I was just that because joining a server. There's like a thing where it goes under where.
I haven't even looked at that one yet. But like, tell me, I'll debunk his debunking right now. What was convincing to you?
Huh? Oh no, this is I just recently joined this. I was just curious if you had seen this. I
knew he had done it because he announced it in his recent video, but I hadn't gone
yeah,
through
that's
that.
kind of where. But
Like,
I didn't get to a server until you told me to. But sorry.
like I've talked to Irish in many occasions in different dot provocation, but I just thought he was just a bully that used TikTok to like project his own insecurities. But like the way he speaks to me and the things that he says on his TikTok lives, if he knowingly also opens a server that invites kids, doesn't he also advocate for certain levels of LGBT education?
Blitz or Peterson are you talking about?
Blitz.
Don't they both?
I don't know. I know Blitz has a server. I don't know if it's age restricted or not, though. I know that Blitz has said he sees no issue with both ages, with both demographics, but I don't know if his server has kids. Does anyone else know?
So Irish, as a Twitch affiliate for 4 years now, there's never a situation where, other than my son, would I ever want to engage with another child in my work without their parents' consent, or at least them knowing. Like hundreds of.
Let me interrupt you. For example, right? So I think I agree with you, right? But an example of like where I would have pushed back was Dean and Parker. They had servers that had minors in it. I'm not going to make a big to-do about that due to the fact that Dean, I think, is like 21. And now I don't know how toxic his server is, but as I understood it, that was largely meant to be about educating people who could have been 16 or 17. And Dean's 19, exactly. So like when people jumped on Dean, who's not, Jesus Christ, I didn't know he was on 19, and he's got a server with 16, 17, and 18, 15, 16, 17-year-olds, I don't think that's nefarious. But Blitz, an older person, yeah, I agree. I immediately start asking myself, is this actually necessary? And I don't think it is.
Okay, so I don't know. Okay, I guess the reason why I'm critical about this is because I don't know if you've heard about the Dr. Disrespect rumors, in which
No.
you know who Dr. Disrespect is?
No.
Well, he's a very, very popular streamer, you know, Fortnite, Call of Duty, all these things. And a lot of Twitch partners, a lot of people pretty much have walked away from him because of engaging with a minor on Twitch Whisper platforms, right? Now, one thing to keep in mind is that, for example, let's say somebody was 12 years old when they joined your Discord. They're now 19, but when they joined your server, they were 12 years old. Now, would anyone bat an eye if, for some reason, the conversations were kind of inappropriate to this now 19-year-old from this streamer?
I would. I strongly believe that, like, even if it's not intentional grooming, I think it's inappropriate for anyone to be with someone who they knew at any point being under the age of 18.
Exactly. So the reason why he was canceled, it wasn't because he did anything illegal or was facing any charges or the parents wanted any kind of restitution, but the inappropriate nature made him lose everything. Now, in other contexts, people like Nadia are saying this is a Pete video, cancel him and charge him.
It's not a video, but he's a groomer. Or
exactly.
And if he's not an intentional groomer, he's exploiting. He is exploiting his relationship with a former minor.
Right, and then a Twitch ex-employee actually said in a drunk rat that while he worked and his job was to monitor certain chat logs. If he truly was able to expose how many cases of this happen every day, he would probably be considered a whistleblower and protected by the government. Because, like, if the details came out where you and I agree inappropriate nature, of course, bad choices, bad outcome. But for that to be conflated into P3DO labels and etc., that's where it gets tricky. That makes sense? Because even on TikTok,
I try to be very careful with the language that I use because, like, it's just not helpful. And P3DO to me means you're specifically attracted to underage. So if
do you see
you
your
like
chat?
someone who's 18, I'm not going to call you P3DO. It's not appropriate. It's no, I'm not saying that's a good thing
Wait,
either.
no, wait.
But
You
it's
like
not.
someone that is 18 or under 18?
No, that's what I'm saying. No. Some people say that if you're 40 and you're attracted to someone who's 18, some people call that a P3DO. I don't say that. I think that's silly.
I
think that
disagree. Yeah, I would definitely disagree with that. But in your chat, pay attention. I know chat is a chat, but I like human nature, right? Sociology doesn't make good money, but it's interesting. People, even in your chat, are saying that the girl reported to Twitch, and that's why he is a P3DO. Even though they have no evidence of the age or anything, they will call someone P3DO, and even what you just said, 40 to 18. If this was an 18-year-old woman and it was a 40-year-old man, they wouldn't say the same thing. So
I wouldn't call that person a P3DO, but I would say they're highly likely. No, I would say probably intrinsically. If it's a relationship, they're intrinsically exploiting that person, that 18-year-old.
All right, so I guess I'll land my plan before your chat gets me. What I'm saying is this: any level of platforming, whether it's TikTok, Discord, YouTube, whether we like it or not, or whether we try to offer discretion about adult content versus kid friendly, kids are going to watch content regardless. Like GTA 5 is a thing, right? So it's like when you excuse that, oh, I didn't know, or this wasn't meant for, like immediately that's problematic behavior. But like to then say P3DO, arrest him, cancel him, attack his family, that's where I feel like certain levels of cancel culture are problematic. Just in that sense.
I strongly agree. If you ask anyone who's in my server, I've repeatedly warned them, do not call Peterson a P3DO because it only hurts your argument. He's done something bad. I don't have to make it sound worse. I agree with you on that.
See, I think the true issue is, I think Blake is doing a great job from argument. So, like, let's say Nick Merckx. I don't know if you know him, you probably don't. Nick Merckx, someone else that just got canceled. Nothing to do with kids, nothing at all, brother. He merely used the word Tranny. He used that word. And then he corrected himself.
He got wait, what was the context? Was
Wait,
he
Nick Merckx got
using it
canceled for that?
as a slur?
No, literally not, because he actually made a post and said, "Oh crap, I apologize. I'll correct myself. This is how they want to be referred to." So like he's like one of those guys with the Jersey accent, like, "Hey yo, you a paisan? The trans people want to do the thing. They do the thing." Like it's like his character and his like dialect, I guess, like got the best of him. So where you see, Blake is gonna keep going.
Yeah, I think that's a waste of. I think that's a waste of time.
No, but
well, when you say he said a slur, Rax, did he say something? Okay, he may also be a bigot, but did he say something other? How did he use it? Was he calling someone a T word?
I can get the clip right now. It's very, very simple because I love. Good look. I'm already canceled. Like I used to be a esports coach back in the day, but once I became known for like shutting down certain arguments, I know that like on TikTok.
Come on, Geovers.
Oh, come on.
Shuts down any argument.
Excuse me? We can try. I
No.
love it. But let me see. Nick Merckx. Okay. Alright, videos. I mean, not everyone hates Blair White.
Like a trans ally literally just said the term a trans, which, a lot of people would say that's objectifying and all that. The idea of canceling someone for that when it's not used that's a waste of time. It's a waste of energy.
Well, I'm looking at. I don't see Nick Merckx being as being canceled. I'm not sure.
If you go to Twitch right now, you'll see that his channel has been taken
Yeah,
down.
wasn't he actually like banned because of it?
No, he was literally taken down from Twitch. Like, no article, no message from Twitch. Literally, he goes live because he with other streamers kind of like 1 second. No, Nick Merckx. Okay, well, firstly, with the Call of Duty skin, his skin was taken out of Call of Duty because he had anti-rhetoric in regards to children and the LGBTQ. So Call of Duty took a skin that would be monetizable by him. That was the first thing. And then recently, he came out about the whole Doc thing, and where he also said Doc messed up, can't support him. He walked away, like I did too, right? I also walked away. But he also made a comment about the behavior, right, of certain trannies in the community. That's literally what he said. And he was canceled for the use of the word trannies. He said something about behavior.
You say this.
Wait,
Well, hang on, guys, stop. So, guys, stop. Just stop for a second, right? So, don't use that word again. I know you're using it as an example, but we're also talking about something that's a little bit more sensitive. I'm not reading the comments. I don't know who you are, so I'm not sure if you're using it for bad reasons or
I will not use it
illustration.
again.
Yeah, no, but also let's not make it like let's not have the whole conversation end. Just don't use that word again for obvious reasons and just continue. Go on.
Well, if it's okay with you, I'm gonna try and pull up the clip so I can actually at least give it justice. So,
Well, no, let's not. Just saying that.
it's not a clip.
Geoverse, hold on, Geoverse. Hold on.
It's not.
Hold on.
Sure.
I get what you're saying. He even actually posted. He actually posted on Twitter that he was banned for using that word on Twitch, and he said apparently it's a he didn't know it was a derogatory term. He didn't know. He said that's on me next time I use mental health. Next time I use mental health disorder. So it's not like he was just an innocent guy. He's also playing it down.
Right, but do you think that this is enough to cancel a huge stream of revenue for someone that has a family to provide for?
That's up to Twitch. That's totally up to Twitch. If Twitch decides that that's not what they want on their platform, that's their choice.
Right, but do you realize how hypocritical that is to then allow other subgenre of content on Twitch?
Sure. Again, that's Twitch. Twitch is they have every right to do what they want to do with their content and who they're creating.
That's tailored to children.
You sign an agreement. The same thing with TikTok.
Right,
Same thing with any platform like that. That's their choice.
I mean, YouTube would make more sense because YouTube is more like everything. But if you think about it, Twitch, formerly known as Justin TV, is designed and tailored for, you would agree, majority kids to consume content of the best gamers in the world, right? Does that make sense?
Hang on. Oh, go ahead.
You say the same argument with TikTok. TikTok was a 13-year-old dance app. It doesn't. It doesn't. For as far as our opinions go, it's irrelevant if Twitch decides that they don't want that content on their platform.
It's not content. It's someone's opinion. So
but it's still part of their content, though. Their opinion, if it happened on their app, then yeah, it is content.
Okay. So would you respond to at least the community outrage behind his statement? Can you answer as if you're not from Twitch and just someone?
Oh, if as far as the community outrage, yeah, I mean, if people have again, their opinion to be outraged about of that. That's their opinion to actually be outraged on that. Sure.
Okay.
Why is that an issue?
So is there any metric you would use to highlight any idiocy or lunacy in regards of like certain topics that people feel like are punishable or cancelable? Is there any?
Yeah, my metric isn't going to be everyone's metric, so it doesn't. That again, that's not relevant. So if somebody wants to be upset because I just used the word potato, then and they want to try to cancel me on that, that's their right to do so.
Sorry about that. I had to transfer.
No, I got you.
I mean, I get it. I guess what I'm saying is I believe that there is a culture war in which like people like Nick Merckx or myself, I'll add myself, like people are waiting to get that moment to get someone removed. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, that's haters. That's haters doing hater things.
Yeah, for sure. Like,
But
like
that
it's
that
like,
also comes with when you start growing, like the size of Nick Merckx, the size of Doctor Disrespect, the size of uh, you know uh, any of those creators. You're gonna have people who dislike you, especially if you end up meeting them in a lobby and Nick destroys you. Especially if you are another a big creator and people from one platform or one community is going to the other, egging them on. That's gonna happen.
But the thing is that if you don't do anything bad, why will people cancel you? Just be a good person. Don't say slurs.
but
Don't talk to minors.
isn't that subjective? I mean,
How?
not the minors part, but
But
How?
Gio, what is the platform is a social platform, right? That is
right.
dictated by social popularity, right? And so I don't quite understand why you'd be upset if someone loses their platform when really all they're losing is the popularity that they are not entitled to, right? And so I'll say I don't agree with Twitch dropping someone for that. That's weird to me. I don't agree with that. But in terms of how followers and supporters respond, my belief is this. If you want to use the word cancel culture, that is something I would more so apply to fake outrage. People who so for example, earlier today, as we said, there was someone here who's someone who supports trans people, really wants trans people to be treated well, and they referred to trans people as a trans, right? And that's considered not nice language and stuff. Cancel culture to me is people who go try to attack that person. I think cancel culture to me is when you're sort of like just like biting someone down for the sake of doing it versus if you're doing any good. She's not a bad person. She's not bad for the community. She just didn't know one simple thing, and she'll happily correct it because she's good faith, right? And so cancel culture to me is when you're going after someone who doesn't really deserve to be gone after. Now, you, I think, measure deserving based upon, should that really hurt people as much? That's not how I measure deserving. I measure deserving in terms of like good or bad faith. So if she had been up here instead and said a trans in a aggressive way, a hostile way, in a way where she didn't care, in a way that she wasn't trying to learn, people could think that that's deserving enough, and I can't really judge that for them. I don't really, that's up to them. But if she got canceled because of her earnest beliefs, that's not cancel culture, in my opinion. I think people need to stop and slow down and evaluate like how this person feels, because cancel culture to me should be about eliminating bad people, not simply bad words, bad moments, or bad actions. It should only be about eliminating people who don't care that they did something bad. Those
Okay,
people aren't entitled to social popularity.
but what about like and I'm open for you to give an example. What about bad ideas that could rally a collective? 'Cause,
So
I
I
mean,
think, yeah, free speech is based about the idea of like protecting contrary ideas so that you're allowing enough time to be able to formulate an opinion or evaluate which opinions have more merit than others. I understand the value of free speech. I can't make an argument for why hate speech is an opinion or speech that is deserving of protection. And so when you're saying, what about for ideas or opinions? Any opinion that is purely hate related and or any opinion that literally is
whoa.
that is literally contrary to fact, i.e. misinformation, those are not opinions to be valued.
Do
Those
you
are
think that
opinions
people
that
should
distract from
have?
us getting to the truth.
Do you think that there could be two individuals having a conversation that, in their own faculty, they believe, like concretely in their foundation, where they both feel that one or the other is spreading misinformation? Like,
Yeah,
for
I'm
example,
pretty sure. Yes, I agree. Yes.
I feel like it happens a lot when
But you're getting to a different question. The question you're getting to is who's the arbiter? Let's get to the first question is, do you agree that if an idea is nothing more than hate speech and or contrary to fact, not opinion, contrary to fact, do you agree that speech has no merit to be protected?
If I'm able to demonstrate
Yeah, let's say
the
we're able to have someone who's able to do it independently. Let's put that part aside because that's the tough part. But let's agree on the first part. I don't believe all speech should be protected. Do you?
I can agree within conversation of said things that shouldn't be protected. Like I would need context. Like I don't ever answer questions out of context. So like
Okay,
I would,
so do
I
you
would beg of you.
think free speech means the ability to say something without like legal repercussions or being prohibited from doing so, right? So do
Yes.
you think that a woman should be able to point at a man and say, that person raped me severely, and that there should be no legal consequences if that statement was actually contrary to fact?
Well, would that be perjury or defamation?
Exactly. There's a
Yeah.
legal protection because that's not free
Yeah.
speech.
Well,
You're
that's
not
part
allowed
of
to say false things about a person that are harmful, right?
exactly.
So you agree then that not all ideas and not all speech should be protected. Like, let's start there. You have to agree that not all ideas and all speech should be allowed to be said without legal regulation or protection.
Okay, so with what we can use Nick Merckx as the example, with what he said on his tweet, right? Even the way he
Wait,
ended.
I'll go on to Nick. I want to start with starting principles. I just need to know, do you agree that not all speech and all opinions should be free?
It's I believe due process would need to be
I
used
didn't ask
in
about due process. I'm asking you, do you agree we should not be free to say literally anything we want?
of course.
Okay, so then that's the most important part, which is you agree some ideas and some words should not be permitted. Now we can get into the tricky part, which is how do we figure it out? And that's the hard part, right? So now what is it you want to talk about?
So I guess we'd have to measure emotional response of said thing we said, right? So if I said that I viewed something as a mental health disorder, and you were to be averse to that statement, would it mean that I'm wrong, or would it mean that that statement is more hurtful than being without fact?
I mean, what kind of weirds me out a little bit is people who start with the arguments you're making, and I'm happy to entertain it a bit, is that it almost just sounds like you want to be able to free to hurt people for no reason. Is that kind of what you're saying?
No, not
Because
at all.
instead, are you worried that people will fake being hurt in order to have power over you? Because it's got to be one of those two things you're worried about.
I just feel like it's good to believe in a utopia of truth being the authority at a certain level in society, right?
The person,
Come on.
the person who's literally about to be the next president of the United States literally has built his popularity on nothing but objective lies.
Did we watch the
So
same?
we are nowhere near a utopia, right? We're actually in a dystopia where people who lie are actually the people who are able to get power.
Are you talking about Biden?
I'm talking about Trump. Based upon last night's debate, I'm pretty sure Trump's going to win.
Okay.
And Trump is an objective, can be a demonstrable liar, right? So when you're saying I believe in a utopia, well, in a utopia, I'd be
No, I don't
surrounded by
believe in
naked
utopia.
women
I
all the
believe
time,
in
right? But I'm nowhere close to that. So why am I talking about it?
So to believe in a different, okay, I would agree that there's no such thing as like impeccable objective truth to where like everything can be proven, but in the context of social constructs, there is evidence of hyperbole, and I just like to demonstrate my.
Sure, go ahead and demonstrate.
No, I'm saying I could, but I mean, I don't think I'd win friends in that debate.
Is that what you're trying to do? Is win friends?
If anything, healthy conversationalist that in the near future can offer as much thought provocation as my brain can muster.
Has that not been happening in this back and forth?
Oh, 100%. There's
So
actually
yes,
like
yeah, that's
like
why
emails.
he asked. That's why he asked. Yeah,
I just don't
if you
I just
could,
don't want to talk about things that I don't know are sensitive out of respect for you, Irish. So like
I
this
mean,
is
don't
a
use
safe space.
slurs. Don't use slurs, right? That's a key
okay.
thing.
So if I believe if I'm okay, is approaching things as a parent a bit biased?
I can't really answer that question. I mean,
I
I think we're all biased.
as a parent, I wouldn't say so.
Okay. So when I think about my son, and raising him in this society, I noticed that he's someone that is anti-bully. Like he becomes the bully to deal with bullies. Henceforth, he's having some issues with keeping.
Assuming he watches my lives, but go on.
Right. Wait, what? What did I mean?
I bully bullies, but go ahead. Yep.
But like, I respect that, right? But I think it was last month, and if it's okay, I'm not going to offer any details because obviously it's my son. But he told me that he had a friend that was being made fun of because his friend liked wearing dresses. So he pretty much defended his friend, and his defense is that anyone should be able to wear anything they want, right? Like leave them alone. That was beautiful to me, right? But if I was in a conversation on TikTok with adults, and if somebody asked me, generally speaking, who wears dresses, I would say women, females, or certain emo metal pop stars, right? So like, I can understand the art, but to take art and try and normalize it is where like it makes me think about, yes, my son can see wrongdoings happening, but does it also mean that my son may approach me and ask me, "Hey, is it okay if I wear a dress?" Like, so I don't know what to separate. Is he being
I don't. Yeah, I
big?
didn't hear the controversial part. What? Like you said
Yeah.
that you
I
think
didn't say it was
mainly women.
controversial. I'm just saying that because my son is someone that has conviction in his heart and he likes to, I guess protect the innocent. He loves Spider-Man, right? I'm
So
concerned that it could
so
like confuse him a little bit.
So then, Geoverse, you better start learning about parenting, about your values, because he's going to come and ask you whether it is okay to wear a dress, and you will have to say yes, because you want to raise a good person.
Well, I'm not going to say yes. So I guess my question is if I don't
Oh,
say yes, can you demonstrate how I would be a bad parent in saying no?
Well, we weren't talking about bad parenting. We were talking about whether or not you should have protected
Well, that's what
ideas.
Carlota was hinting toward that I should read some
I know,
how to
but
be.
we were talking about protected ideas, right? And so what you're asking more so, I think, is
Mm.
should you be allowed to go on a public platform and say that if my son asked me, can he wear a dress at the age of 10? I would say no. Isn't that really back to what we were talking about? Isn't that what you're asking? Should that kind of thing be protected?
Well, in essence, like I would like, for example, like I'm a cis monogamous married man, but I would never sit idly by if I saw someone being bullied for whatever reason. Like I'm someone that I would put my beliefs to the side and like, address certain wrongdoings aggressed upon somebody, right? But I don't have to be like transgender to defend a transgender being wronged. If that makes sense. So like
but
it could
but
just be
then
that he's
A
a good
transgender
person,
person.
right?
Yeah.
Right. But
Geoverse, why do you come every day on this app and you harass transgender people?
I
If this is not who
harass,
you want to be,
I harass.
yes.
Okay.
Wait,
Well,
he
I,
never.
I have seen you as opposition on live. I don't know as much about like when you're on the platform. I know you. Well, I saw you in a conversation with Good Trouble yesterday. I don't know what that conversation was. I wasn't there for a long time, but Good Trouble usually has opposition on there. I don't know if it was harassing or anything like that. But if Carlotta has seen that, that is a valid question.
Okay. Well, I would have to ask, um, can
Look
that
at the
be,
chat.
can that
Look at the
be,
chat.
can that be
Probably
demonstrated?
everybody will say, yes,
Okay, so I
Geoverse.
disagree with a lot of talking points, but that doesn't take away the fact that I wouldn't, stand up for people being wronged. You know what I'm saying? But like, I guess the how
So, Geoverse, do
you
something
articulate
good.
me harassing someone is not how I would articulate
No, No,
in
you
the
need
world.
to be a good person, not only in
Like,
real life,
actually, I
outside. You
feel
have
like
to be a good
the
person
chat.
here also.
Hang
Hold
on,
on, Gio, if I
the
could.
chat has been harassing me the entire time. So, but I have not said one thing about it because I wouldn't have to, because I understand that they don't think like I do. They don't have the same virtues or values that I do.
Well,
So I'm not going
Gio,
to judge them for that.
But Gio, my question is, because you keep saying when somebody's being wronged,
Mhm.
what do you mean by being wronged? I mean, because that can be subjective as well, based on what your beliefs are.
Okay. For example, if a transgender person was being made fun of, bullied, not on TikTok, not on safety nets like boxes, but like in a store or like a social instance. Like I'm someone that if I read a situation where I have to involve myself, I will, right? I'm an army veteran, so like not to use it as like a virtue signal, but like it's in me to like stand up for people, right? Um,
So,
like I
so
would not
Hold
choose
on,
to
Carlotta.
not
Let
stand
him.
up
Well,
for
hang on,
you
let him finish. Yeah.
just because someone identifies as something that I don't agree with in certain metrics. I would not consider them not worthy of my, empathy and or protection if they needed it. So because in a real instance, not TikTok, not Xbox, not no virtual world, in a real instance, I would never not choose to help someone based on like having inaccuracies in our beliefs. Like
Let,
that's
let me let me ask you a question.
yeah.
You're a parent. Do you mind? Have you talked previously online about how many kids and whether or not it's a boy or a girl? I think you
No.
just said it's a boy, but
You
did you?
just say it's a son, yeah.
Oh yes, yes,
Okay.
yes. My son,
So,
yeah.
if I was to say something disgusting and graphic about your child right now,
hmm
something really deplorable, would you not care? Be honest. Be honest. If I was to say something really gross, graphic, disgusting, and out of bounds, how would you feel?
I would cease communication immediately and write you off as senile.
So you wouldn't get angry. You wouldn't be hurt. You wouldn't be upset.
I know I would definitely be upset, but as far as like how I project it, it would just be like me.
Yeah, I didn't ask what you'd do in
Yeah.
terms of to me. You would be upset. You'd probably curse a little bit or call me
Yeah,
something,
yeah.
I'd imagine. And you would, fine, write me off, right?
No, but in a real
Well,
instance, like we
no,
probably
well,
have.
hang on. That's the point I'm getting at.
Yeah.
I think we have to understand TikTok is real, and it's filled with nothing aside from the bots in the comments. It's filled with nothing but real people. And what you're saying is, it's a diluted reality, but it's still real people, bro. And it's still real people that are being engaged with, right? And so if you're saying that if you were in a restaurant and you saw someone going up to a trans person and saying, you got to get out of here because you don't look woman enough for me, that you might stand up and say, hey, leave them alone. And you would do that because you want to be protective and doing the right thing. You can't then go on TikTok where there's real people and be the bully to those trans people simply saying, well, this isn't the real world. It
Right,
is the
but
real, hang on.
but to say I was
Hang
a
on,
bully,
let me just finish.
a bit hyperbolic.
Let
Like
me
me
just
having a
finish.
different opinion
Let me
is
just
a-
finish. Let
If
me
he
just
could,
finish.
yeah, we've tried to do our best to let you finish. If you could just let him finish, please.
TikTok is the real world. The reason why folk like yourself and others don't call it the real world is because there's not real consequences. That's why we say TikTok's not real. It's because people can do whatever they want and nothing happens to them. It's not that it's not real. People are still hurt. People are still scared. The victims all exist on TikTok, but in TikTok world, that bully who walks up to the trans person who like threatens them and stuff, they suffer a consequence when they're in a restaurant, but on TikTok, they log off. TikTok is real, filled with real victims and real people, but not real consequences. Do you understand that distinction? Because it's a real important distinction. Because if your child was in here right now and I was saying disgusting, gross, horrific things to your child, I would hope you would think that that is a real thing that is actually hurting and harmful to your child, and that you would be concerned about it.
No,
But you also know
cyberbullying.
I could just log off.
I know, but I'm not okay. Carlotta, are you insinuating
Don't
that
engage
I'm?
with Carlotta. Don't
Okay,
engage with
so
Carlisle. Just respond to what I just said.
okay, I agree with everything you said, but in the context of me and my past live experiences, I would not call it cyberbullying, bullying, or
That's not
harassing.
what I was arguing. What I was arguing was, do you not recognize that TikTok is the real world with real people, real feelings, and real harm and real damage? The only difference is there's not real consequences.
Yes, I believe it is real conversations being had, but the anonymity aspect of it and the avatar aspect of it allows people to go beyond themselves and who
No,
they
no,
who
no,
they are.
no. They don't go beyond. It's because. Let me give you an example.
These bullies are cowards on TikTok.
No, I want you. I really have listened to you a lot. Okay, I want you to mute and I want you to really listen, because when you say it allows people to
Well, can you keep
pretend
it
to be.
shorter?
Sorry
I
again.
can't keep up because you're very well versed, and I'm trying to keep up with you, brother.
Let me put it this way: 1 out of 5 women are raped. 20%, right? They've done studies that have allowed people, experts, to believe that anyone who rapes or sexually assaults a person is likely to do it 5 times. That's the average. And based upon that, they've determined that around about 4%, about 1 in 25 men, will sexually assault someone over their lifetime. 1 in 25, okay? In the real world, walking around, 1 in 25 will do that. In surveys where they ask men, would you rape a woman if there were no legal, moral, social, or financial consequences? 1 out of 6 men say yes. That number goes up by a factor of 4. And in some surveys, it goes up to 1 in 3, depending on how you phrase the question. If you phrase it, not would you rape, but would you have sex with a woman without her consent if there was no consequences, 1 in 3 men say yes. Okay? I need you to understand, in the real world, what stops people from being bad is consequences. But there's a lot of bad people who want to do bad stuff, but they're too fucking coward to do it. Online is the exact same thing. There's a lot of people who in the real world are bad people, but they're scared of the consequences, and they come online, and it's not that they create an exaggerated avatar, they just become more free to be the pond scum that they are.
Okay.
So when you're talking about it not being a real world, the victims are real, the people are real, the harm is real, the damage is real.
But
The
you're
only thing that's
suggesting that I'm
absent on
actually,
TikTok is the
but
consequences.
respectfully, Irish, respectfully, you're also within this synopsis you're giving, you're also suggesting the fact that I enact these harmful practices just based on the
I have
chat.
no idea.
I
I haven't
mean,
read. I have not read. There's been one chat that I read, and I've been walking around the entire time because I'm literally about to eat dinner. So I've not been reading, and I'm fearful that you're some well-known transphobe based upon what Carlotta's saying. I
I'm
have
just
not been reading anything in the comments whatsoever.
no, because I started TikTok, joining gaming spaces, gaming debates, Dragon Ball Z versus Goku versus Saitama type spaces in which there was a lot of different people in the community. I believe that in places where I've been, I guess, excited about certain topics, or in spaces where I've gained followers, and then I come across a live where it's about gender versus sex and all these things. Like, people liked me until they found out that I didn't agree with everything in regards of the ideology of gender versus sex.
Yeah.
That's it.
Would
An
you?
adult can live their life however they see fit. My only contention is anytime it's about the youth, I get called a bigot. I get called someone that doesn't know what they're talking about. But I'm also
Well,
a parent.
yeah.
It's like
Just
weird.
to avoid getting onto that topic as a whole, would you agree that, because you said yourself that you don't see, let's say, social media, the TikTok, as real, you don't see it. You also feel that you're free. You're free to say things that you may not always say in public.
No, that's not true. I'm impeccable with
Okay. Maybe not you, but would you agree that other people would?
I trust people to be themselves. So I mean, I
Trust
wouldn't
people to be themselves online as they are in person?
No.
in
Hold on.
every level. Because look, okay, I tend to listen to what people don't say rather than what they say because how they say things gives more information as to what they actually say. Because some people can operate on a script. I don't have an anti-feminist script that I read when I join feminist lives. I'm not some red pillar. I'm not like I used to be called like a lot like Tate from Temu, Wish version of Tate. Like I used to have a lot of core beliefs that were hot topics years ago, and I guess like the red pill version of like certain topics have beckoned the label of okay, if he believes this, this, and this, oh God, he's voting for Trump. He must be this, 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 and that. Not to include I'm a Christian. So it's like I think the descriptors of who I am, I think resonate with the chat more so than things I've actually said and or done. So the whole harassment thing is just hyperbole to just the descriptors on my core beliefs.
And that's
And
fair that you believe that. It's totally fair that you believe that, but it's also totally fair if somebody else who has encountered you, whether it's 10 times, 15 times, or however many times, if they feel that you have been harassing either them or somebody that they're familiar with, it's also fair for them to have that belief as well.
so it would be fair if I just held a live where someone gave information about me on a live and used the word harass, and if I had their name on a live and I said, "Hey everyone, this person is known for this," and that was what I said on a live, that would also be okay. Like you're okay with like I guess
Happens
you
all
call
the
them
time.
call out lives,
It happens
like
all
this
the
one,
time.
right? Like the live we're in right now, you would consider it a call out live, but your call out isn't to someone harassing. I'm reading perjury and defamation of character that could probably ruin someone's life, right? So that is a lot more valid than someone claiming, hey, this dude's a harasser. Don't listen to him. He's a bad person. Does that make sense? Like your background, like that holds
No,
water. That holds a lot of water. Like that could be someone that could be very, very problematic if someone is accused falsely in this light, right? But what we have to understand is that in today's corporate structure, like let's say I worked for an insurance company. Someone I know works for an insurance company here in Florida. They have to undergo training on how to, deal with customers that have pronouns, that identify differently. If not, their job is in jeopardy. So I would agree that on TikTok, yes, if I misuse a pronoun, or on Twitch, like Mercs, if I say a word incorrectly, I could lose my entire platform. But in other cases, if it's done at a job or in a different capacity, someone could lose everything just for mispronouncing,
yeah,
misgendering someone, right?
Wait. That's hang on, and I'm going to mute myself because I am eating.
So
See,
that's where TikTok is a bit different.
but well, hang on. Let me explain this. Right? Nobody gets and nobody should get fired for mispronouncing someone if it's unintentional. I don't think someone should get fired for mispronouncing once. Right? I
Mm.
think if someone is intentionally mispronouncing in order to provoke someone else, why would I want that person as an employee? I think
Like
that's
what?
totally valid to fire someone.
Like what if
Like,
someone caught
let me.
wind
I'm
that?
sorry. Let me be as. I normally advocate for the stuff I care about, but there's a ton of nuance and there's a ton of things I believe that are more in the nuanced gray area where people who would ordinarily hear me may very strongly different opinion. Right. Let me give you an example of one of those right now. Right. I will meet someone on the street or in a bar or whatever, and they'll come up to me and they will say, I am she pronouns. You can refer to me as her, she. And in my head, I'm thinking, the fuck are you talking about? You look like a full-on guy. In my head, this is absolutely something that could happen with someone who does not present hardly at all like a woman, right? In my head, I will have this moment of thought where I'm like, I'll have this almost like reflective thing. What the fuck? You're literally in pants. I literally see the stubble on your face. You're acting and you sort of have a gruffer voice. What the fuck do you mean, right? That will be an initial reaction I'll have in an extreme case where someone is saying that they're she, her, and they don't present really at all as a woman, right? Then I control that initial reaction, right? And then I ask myself,
what is the benefit of the next thing I'm about to say? And me saying to them, dude, you're a dude. What are you talking about? Or, dude, I thought you were a dude. Or, dude, what do you mean you're not a dude? None of that is helpful, even if it popped into my head. And instead, it's only harmful. And so, as an adult who cares about people generally, it literally does nothing for me to wait and say, okay, no problem, right? Now, if I have an employee who can't do that same thing, who can't look at someone and be like, you know what, that doesn't make sense to me, but whatever, I don't really care, then why would I trust that employee to represent my company? Because that means you've got no impulse control. That means you don't care about the reputation of the company. That means you don't care about customers. That means you don't care about people. And I think that when you're talking about cancel culture is all about making people give a shit about people. And employees should always businesses should only want employees who care about people. So what's wrong with firing someone who I know is only saying something? I don't care what they think in their head. I don't care what they think. But they're saying it. There's no need to say it. And if they're doing that, why would I want to hire that person? And what's wrong with me firing them for that reason?
What if they had a theistic conviction? Would you then invalidate their religious freedom?
I invalidate religious beliefs all the time.
Okay, good. Would that hold up in court?
Yes.
It would.
Well, that's why there is a separation of church and state.
So you think that if you fired let's say you had a radical Christian that just said, "Oh, I cannot work with this person," right? And you had to fire them, right?
I would be able to fire them, correct.
Okay. So in no case can someone say,
I didn't say no case. There's some religious stuff that is protected. So, for example, I believe that some states pass rules that if you're not a small business, but you're a big business, and someone wants to wear the hijab, for example, that's protected. And personally, I think that should be protected because that's clothing. That's not an opinion. That's not you forcing something on someone. And that's not you harming someone. And so I think that's appropriately protected. But if your religious belief makes you turn to a homosexual and say, we're not going to serve you because God told me not to, I would rather have the atheist who's going to serve everyone because as a business, I want more money.
No, I mean, it's like denying an alcoholic their first beer of the day because they're known to be an alcoholic. Like that wouldn't, like you couldn't legally do that, right? That makes sense?
You literally can. A bar can refuse.
But does it take away from the idea that alcohol is bad? Just because we're allowed to buy alcohol, does it remove the idea? Like, for example, even weirder example, but I do want to respond to the previous thing you said about the employee. If I had a smoking stick in my hand and I was consuming said smoking stick, but I told you, hey, it's bad for you. While consuming this substance, would it take away, like, would me being a hypocrite take away from the fact that I'm right? Yes, I'm a hypocrite because I'm consuming said thing that I'm telling you is bad for you. But
I don't understand your argument. I understand the idea of being a hypocrite. I'm a hypocrite.
Yes.
Ethically,
I'm a hypocrite.
Hang on. Ethically,
doesn't make me wrong.
Ethically, I'm a vegan. Ethically, I believe it's absolutely disgusting and abhorrent that we raise animals and then eat them. But also right now in front of me is a very juicy chicken breast that I'm about to enjoy. But I know I'm a bad person for doing it. I understand hypocrites. What's the point?
So my point is, with your argument about the employee that couldn't control themselves, right? Whether or not they control themselves or not, in the concept of the truth always coming out, right?
My employees are not a beacon of truth.
You would argue pleasantries over fact of the matters. So it's better.
You're calling it pleasantry. I'm considering retention of customers.
And I would call it compelled speech. Unfortunately.
I'm your employer.
Okay.
I'm allowed to compel your speech.
So what if it was not in the employer contract when I was hired?
Doesn't matter. I can rewrite it.
Okay, but unless I sign it, the previous one would have to hold.
No,
Would it
it
not?
wouldn't. You can quit.
No, it wouldn't. Your rules change all the time at companies.
Regardless, I agree. Be nice, but it's not kind.
Hang on. Most states are at-will states. I can fire you whenever the hell I want because
Is it kind? Okay, but is it kind to lie? Like, is it objectively kind to lie?
Huh?
Is it objectively kind to lie?
A lie is something that is not an opinion, right? That's why I talked about the difference between opinions and facts. For someone to say, I don't like something, that's not a fact, so it can't be a lie. If you call someone a she, that's not a lie. Now, if I made you say, I believe you are a woman, that's compelled speech.
But it goes against every mammalian fact that we know. But just because I state that by default, it makes me a bigot.
You
Like,
really
that's like I just don't understand. Like, at what level can, like, if you say live and let live, then it has to work on like a.
You explain to me what is the part of the anatomy that requires women to wear dresses and men to wear pants?
I don't think it's an anatomy question.
Okay,
More of a
can you tell me what
concept.
part of the anatomy is it that
Like, are you-
requires women to wear makeup and men not to?
I moisturize.
Makeup, that's not moisture.
Hey, I'm sorry, Gio,
Skincare
but moisturizer is not makeup. If you think
I
so,
have a
explains why
skincare
men
regimen.
age so
Excuse me.
horrifically.
Oh wow, Miss Andrew. But yeah, I have a skincare treatment in which I care for myself. I mean, I don't think
That's
that
not makeup. Is my point.
Mary Kay sells skincare, so calm down.
That's not makeup. I'm not uncalm, but like
Hey, Geoverse, we've been having a good conversation. I'm eating a bit more, so Brussels will be talking.
Oh,
I'm gonna-
okay.
Hang on.
Got
I'm
it.
going to also say this, right? I noticed your tone immediately changed, right? And I'm not overly fucking leftist. I'm not. But immediately she comes up and you're dropping words like misandry and shit. Just chill. Like, just have a conversation with her. Engage in good faith. Don't choose to be a dick. Just like a business can choose to remove people, I'll remove you because you're being a dick to the person who's talking while I'm busy.
Okay.
Just
So
engage in good faith. Go ahead, Russell.
I've been called 19 different words by.
I haven't called you a single word.
Okay, you can obfuscate to like.
said to you that moisturizer is not makeup. If you think so, that explains why some men age poorly. Like, that makes sense if men think that. LOL. But anyways, where was this going?
Well,
What's
yeah,
the thought
yeah,
here?
that's what I was saying. Well, when Iris asked you that about makeup, what is inherently, what about makeup makes it inherently that women are only women use it? And then I'm not sure why you said moisturizer to avoid answering the question. I'm assuming, but what is there? Is makeup inherently for women?
No, not at all. I mean, you can look at the cultures of many warriors in combat that use war paint. You know, so I mean, I definitely believe that applying cosmetics to your face does send a message, or I guess represent something for all genders, and it has since millennia. I'm not sitting here saying that Scottish men who wear kilts are in the closet. You know, I'm not saying that. Like, men do wear dresses. That's fine. Like, Prince wore like the greatest outfits known to mankind, and he's never been judged for it. So I don't think that's the conversation. I guess the answer, Brussels, is where this is going is, can someone have an adverse opinion and not be considered a bully, a bigot, or a harasser? I guess that's my
I
question.
hate mustard, but like I also don't tell other people like what does and does not make them a human being.
Okay, for example, let's say my wife loves mustard and I like ketchup. I would make I guess, a joke or a statement, kind of like the Miss Andrew one, but I do apologize that it wasn't received as a joke. Brussels, I apologize for that. But I would be like, "Ew, bruh, what is that?" Like I would immediately in my brain say,
Right. And if
"That's
you said
horrible."
that about a human being, there would probably be an issue there.
I mean, I have certain opinions about men who watch sports, but does that make me anti sports? fans or people like should
No,
it be
no,
offensive to them? Like,
no. It also depends on the delivery. The delivery is very important
exactly.
when you're saying that. So in the delivery, you can come off much worse than your opinion in and of itself.
But the burden falls on the deliverer or the recipient. Like who holds the burden? Like okay, like when host was like in his head and in the most extreme, maybe he thought this is net, but what he said was controlled with stoicism and regulation. Like even if I thought something
Did you
abysmal,
say Irish was stoic? Okay, I'm sorry.
but no, honestly, the fact that I've been on this live for this long definitely shows a lot of stoicism and emotional regulation and discipline to like kind of like understand.
You think you've been a triggering guest?
I'm sorry?
You think you've been a triggering? Like, there's
Yes.
no reason for me to
100%.
emotionally respond.
Okay, good. So now, based on our interaction, do you understand why people would perceive that I'm someone that is incorrigible in these conversations?
No,
Not based on the interaction with Iris, but based on how you went at Brussels as soon as she got in here. Yeah, I can see how people would do that.
Well, okay. I say jokes sometimes, and I almost always.
No. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong in saying that that you. I get you were telling a joke, but based off of how you went about it, because you didn't do any of these jokes prior, but you decided to do it when Brussels came up here, and because of that, as a result of that, I can see why people were coming at you, or do come at you.
So, like, if I made a statement about
Well, hang on, Gio. I'm going to respond to the same question. I don't know you prior today. You implied we'd had a couple encounters. I don't remember. There's a lot of people who pop up, right? Carlotta is someone who I really trust. She believes you're a rabid transphobe. I believe you've probably said enough things for that to be a totally valid response. The way you interacted with Brussels, I immediately thought, oh, are you just some fucking misogynistic sexist dude? That's disappointing. I thought we were having a good conversation. But I immediately felt like that as well. And so you've given a hint as to why people may not like you. You've got lots of people apparently who don't like you. You've said it. And I just saw, like you're not talking shit to me, but I'm also not a disenfranchised community, right? I'm not seeing you talk to women and trans people who've
you're
popped
paying
up.
attention to that, but not the chat, where I've been called at least 13 different slurs.
I told you I'm
He
eating.
said
I'm going to check
so
the
many
chat later.
times that
I was
he's
called a
not
Yahtzee twice in the chat. I was literally called a
Can
Yahtzee.
someone, who has spoken to Geoverse recently, to my knowledge, is Kenzie.
I remember Kenzie, I think.
Well,
Here's
here's the
the
thing.
conversation for Ernesto in Brussels.
Well, yeah. Here's my thing about
I
that.
don't
What
know what
happened
you
in the
said.
chat, Joe? What happens in the chat happens all the time in this chat. But they're not up here. We're engaging with you in the panel. So I get what happens down there, but there are mods out there that can take care of that. If they see it's going too far.
And that's my point. Like, whereas there are many instances where just kidding should have followed up with things I say. I guess that's my my sociopathy quirk, or some call it ASD. But I get it. Like I immediately addressed the fact that, you know what, it wasn't received well, and I was checked by you, so I'm not denying that. Damn, wasn't a good choice in saying that, right? But I only responded to, like, imagine if I said, women really age abhorrently after 30. Like, if I made any joke about the way women are aging, that could be received as ageist, right? Or whatever the word is. So when she said something about men age horribly, that's kind of all I heard. So it was like a
Right.
like a
What was the caveat? There was a qualifier there. Don't take me out of context.
okay. But have you ever heard?
What was the qualifier?
Have you ever heard a
What was
man
the
say
qualifier?
the qualifier to what?
What I said about men aging poorly.
That they don't moisturize?
I said if men believe that moisturizer is makeup and they're against wearing makeup, right? Because that was the context of the conversation. That explains why some men age so poorly. Actually, I said men, but I didn't say all men. You just took it that way.
But also, Joe, just before we move on from that, also in that statement, did she say men age poorly, or did she say like she said, the qualifier. Did she say if X, then Y?
No, she said men age poorly. If men think a dumb idea that moisturizer is makeup. I said that I have a skincare treatment, and then
No,
it was
you literally just said no and then gave an if-then statement.
you said that men.
Faith, for real.
Let's pretend that all men believe.
Hang on, because I'm still eating this beautiful plump-breasted chicken. But this
You know
is like
what?
really. Hang on, but this is
I
like really.
feel like I'm being a
hang
little
on.
bully right now. That's why.
Hang on, but this is honestly like really fucking stupid. What Brussels
Yeah.
said can literally be rephrased to this: if a group of people believe that moisturizer is a form of makeup, that explains why that group of people age so poorly. Notice how I don't have to name the group of people to say the statement. That's why it's not misandrist, because the actual gender, sexual identity, and all that stuff of the individual is irrelevant to her claim.
Right. So you believe that it was abysmal of me to respond with
No.
someone
No.
saying
I never said that.
Nobody
You're mixing
claimed that.
It
poorly?
was an indicator. To me, it was an indicator of a man who likes to victimize himself and paint men as a victim of misandry. That's what remember I told you there's some people who will come up and say they're she, and in my head I'll have this immediate reaction. When you
Yes.
did that, I immediately thought, oh God, is this one of
It
these
was me
guys who
thinking
thinks
out
men are
loud.
the victim of women?
It was me thinking out loud. You got me. It was me immediately like.
Yeah,
mouth-
people need to learn not to do that, because think of all the
Well, I
fucking
did.
horrible thoughts you think out. Like, think how many times you've met a beautiful woman with an incredible chest on her. Would it be a good idea for you to say that thought out loud? No,
Nope,
right?
I'm married.
So when you were talking about stoicism, we're just talking about don't say stupid shit. We all have stupid ideas. You got to just learn to be able to like keep them inside.
Well, you know what? That is easier said than done in many levels, and I would love it if we didn't do that. Jeez.
Well, what does that mean?
All
You
right.
would rather me not keep my indoor thoughts inside my head?
No, I'm saying that if in case that were to happen, if someone was I guess in repentance of said act, I mean, you could forgive it and not take it to be like malicious.
Let's just move on. What are
Weird.
your views on trans people that people think are so problematic? What are your Oh, go ahead.
I mean, it's so simple.
Wait, hang on. I posted
This is what I've been here so long, kind of waiting.
Yeah, you shouldn't be waiting. What is it you wanted to say? And then we can
Well-
drop you and we'll keep Gio. Go ahead.
Well, no, it's just that because I was either gonna head off, but I wanted to sort of hear if you were gonna try to, check out the debunking claims from Peterson, because that's kind of the reason I was here.
Yeah. Sure. Can you give me 5 minutes and I'll bring them all up?
Oh yeah, of course.
Let
it's
him
just-
finish his chicken.
Yeah.
I know. That's kind of why I just wanted.
Yeah. Give me 5 minutes and I'll bring it on up.
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
have
okay.
to create an account to see if I'm able to see the open server.
Yeah, of course. But you go ahead with what you were saying before. My bad.
I just feel like if we all played Overwatch together,
I touch grass, bro. You said something about sports earlier. Do you think?
Wow, hang on. Wait a minute. Are you saying that gamers don't
Can we not get the victimhood? Let's get the victimhood.
Like, come
out.
on.
Let's just leave it.
I thought we were past this.
I
leave it.
actually think that Geoverse just said Brussels is a terrible human being and she should off herself. I think that's what you just said to me.
I mean, wow. I mean, if that's what you took, then I mean, I guess we should have a conversation.
Geoverse,
It's
have you been
right
up here
here,
the
as long as
entire
you can.
time telling everyone or arguing for the position that the person hearing the words is the one who shouldn't get offended? Yet, whenever
She
someone
wasn't being
says
satire, but
anything,
you call me out. So you call my satire, but you just allow anyone else to say whatever they want. That's when I get a bit bothered.
hang on. When did I tell you not to say something?
Okay, respond to what she just
I'm
said
pointing
about.
out your hypocrisy.
No,
Hang
point
on,
out
Gio,
what she just said about unallowing
Gio,
it.
we're having a good conversation, right?
No,
Here's
we
what
are.
I need you to do for the
You're about to
remainder of
drop
the
me.
conversation.
No, you're about to drop me. I
I'm not
promise.
about to drop you. Here's what I'm about to
Can you
ask you for
respond
the
to
rest of the
Buster?
conversation. Don't
Respond to what Buster
complain.
said.
Sure, I'll respond after I say this statement.
Go ahead.
Moving forward, I don't want you to complain about what people say to you. That's it. It's
Then I'll
why-
begin to be honest. Then that means that you're ready for me to be honest.
Sure, go ahead.
If I'm able to demonstrate individual lunacy, I'll call it out. Haven't seen it yet. aside from the satire comment from Brussels.
I didn't hear a satire comment, but okay. What's your next point?
I don't think unaliving yourself should be held as a joke. Do you?
I don't
Oh,
really care. It depends
it
on the person.
wasn't satire
You
about
You
me
don't really
unaliving
care.
myself. It was
So,
more
like,
so
why are you
pointing
trying
out the
to
fact that you
make
use
any point at
manipulative
all?
language and like hitting you with your own medicine.
So you assume that I was an introverted, never goes outside, hot pocket plate right next to the TV right now with bugs on it, typed Asmongold room having ass guy, just because I mentioned Overwatch. You literally said I touch grass in response to
Yeah, I said I touch grass.
a video game. So wouldn't that be generalizing?
I don't know, guys.
Hang on. What that means is she goes outside, whereas gamers don't tend to game in a park area.
If
What
you
the
listen
fuck
to
are we
the
arguing
rain,
about? This is like annoying.
it's weird. Okay, so I'm not allowed to bully or harass, but you know.
I didn't tell you not to bully and harass. Go ahead and
Who
bully
said
and
you
harass.
weren't allowed to do that?
Old
Take it.
man,
Bully me,
Hang on,
try
hang on, hang on.
it.
Everyone
You
stop for a
think-
moment.
that kid does not go
Gio,
outside.
Gio,
No,
let
that's
me
fine.
be clear. Bully and harass Ernesto and Brussels as much as you want because they don't whine like little bitches. Feel free. They're not complaining. Go ahead. Bully them right now. They're not going to complain about it. Bully me. We're
I mean,
not
I don't really
complaining
have
about
to.
it. You're the
That's
only
my
one
point.
complaining about
Educational
it.
purposes
I just
only.
demonstrate. I just demonstrate things. I don't really have to like create.
Brussels is not liable for any personal injuries that ensue after you try to bully her.
Oh, you think that like I'm gonna hop off and like have like a conundrum about this? No, I'm gonna continue not touching grass, as you put it.
Geoverse, I'm ignorant here. What's a conundrum?
A word that makes my throat vibrate when I say it. Kind of like a synopsis or tetrahedron, epiphany, adventitious. And
Yeah,
we
can
all.
you describe what the word means?
I don't know what any of those words mean. I just say words to try and sound smart.
I just wanted to spotlight that. Continue.
No, I mean, I can demonstrate the concept of somebody mentioning definitions during a debate, but we're not having a debate, so I don't have to.
You just said that she threatened you with a conundrum. That was just a very unique thing that I've never heard
In the
someone.
sense of like the manic state that her harmful words are going to put me in.
Okay, what is a conundrum, and why is a conundrum harmful?
Well, educate me and let's define the word before I
Okay,
say
what is it you believed the word was?
how did I use it incorrectly.
Have you ever heard the term, I'm in a bit of a pickle? Heard
Sure.
that term? That would be the equivalent of someone having a conundrum, where there's conflicting ideas or conflicting.
Yeah. I now think I'm a horrible person and I need to reflect on myself. It's going to take me a long time to do my shadow work.
And that's
then
going to harm you to think.
into myself. I mean, it sounds horrible. If you look into awakening, it's terrible. True awakening, Kundalini, abysmal.
Are we talking
Horrible.
about Robin Williams movie? What are we talking about? Awakening? What?
Can I say a big word? Geoverse, you're awfully loquacious today.
You said vacuous?
Loquacious. Was there a plot here?
Does everyone up here know what that word means?
What she just used?
Yeah, loquacious.
Loquacious? I'm not going to say it was Martin season 3, episode 16, because that was an actual person on the show. But it would probably mean like sassy.
Russell,
some
you want to
hyperbole.
take that one?
He's
Loquacious.
talkative. You silly goose.
Wait, Brussels, are you too old to pick up on that microaggression?
Yeah, did anybody pick that up? Pick
He's
up on
been
that?
microaggressing me this entire time.
No, Brussels. He's referring
He's
to
referring
a
to,
black character
Oh,
from a black
so-
TV show.
So
Saying the word
a,
loquacious sounds like a black woman's name.
so a BIPOC person can't mention TV shows.
Turn on your camera. I just want to make sure you're actually BIPOC.
Yo nací en Puerto Rico, Bayamón, en la ciudad.
So you're
Do you
Hispanic?
speak Spanish?
I was born in
So
Puerto
you're
Rico.
white. Where do Spanish people come from?
Oh, wait, are you saying that
Spanish people are white.
Puerto
Yes.
Rican are all white? So you're invalidating Afro-Latinos?
No, I didn't
Are
say
you
Puerto
Afro-Latino?
Ricans. Hang on.
Are
No,
you
you were
Afro-Latino?
Afro race, you were, and then you spoke
That's
Spanish.
wild.
All
Hang
I
on.
know
I didn't
is
say
you're from
Puerto-
the
hang on.
mountains of Caucasus and use Duolingo, just to clarify.
Exactly. So the question is are you BIPOC? Because you just said your nationality makes you BIPOC, right?
What are you getting at?
I'm asking you, are you white presenting?
It depends
If
how
the
much.
answer is yes, you're not BIPOC.
The answer is
Are
how much.
you indigenous? You don't sound as though you're
I'm
making the
I'm very
claim
thankful.
that you're indigenous.
I'm,
Are you
I,
indigenous?
English is my second language. ESL until
So
5th
you're
grade.
white.
ESL is English
Yet
as
you
a
understand that German is also the first language of people in Germany,
second.
and they're
Germans weren't
also
almost
white.
exterminated like the Taino and
Would you
our.
make the argument that people from
Like,
Germany
what are
are
you saying?
BIPOC?
Like, did Geo just like drop the N bomb? Like, what are you
Hold
saying?
on,
Gio,
hold
it's
on, back
annoying you're
up,
not
back
listening to my
up.
question. Are you BIPOC? Are you white presenting? Yes or no?
You can call me light skin, I guess, if you deem that.
So you're a white. So you're a white dude trying to pretend you're BIPOC, so you can just say racial shit and get away with it. You mean?
If I said racial shit, please
Yeah,
demonstrate
you
how to do
were.
that.
Yeah, you were trying to say that
I
the
never
word
heard of the word.
loquacious sound. Hang on, Gio. I have been beyond polite. Like, I just stop interrupting me.
No, but you allow shit to just be thrown at me, and I mean,
Nobody's throwing shit at you. Grow up. Aren't you literally a
Like,
grown
this
ass
is
man
literally
with
a
kids?
conversation about is Geo a racist? Do you want to have that conversation, honestly?
Hang on, stop. I didn't call you a racist. You very well may be. What I said was that you just did a microaggression. Your response was, I can't because I'm Puerto Rican, and I'm telling you, I invalidate that claim. Now,
Okay.
if you want to tell me that you're
Sure,
not
Irishman,
white
invalidating that
presenting,
claim.
but I think you're saying you are a white dude, and so you're pretending
You're
to be
telling
BIPOC.
me that I'm a white dude.
Yes,
That's
I'll just say it
Have
because
you ever
you're not
seen
saying it.
Prison Break?
He looks like the guy on Prison Break. Is that what you're about to say?
Yeah, you look kind of like
Like,
Sucre
like
from
I
Prison
guess,
Break.
I guess.
He has his pictures on his profile then.
Of course I
Yeah.
do.
Okay, so is he white presenting?
No.
Okay, so you are BIPOC. So do you think that now allows you to make microaggressions against black people?
What microaggression did I make?
When you said the word loquacious, which you literally don't even know what the word is, sounds like a black woman's name. Don't you think that's a little bit of a microaggression?
I didn't say that. You're
Yes, you did.
insisting that I said that.
Ernesto?
You pointed out a show that was starring a black man
I thought she
with
said
a
you're
with
being like
with a character.
LaQuisha.
Hold on, with a character by
She
the
called
name
me a
of
character. She
LaQuisha,
said
who is
LaQuisha.
a black woman, and that was your reference. So yes,
I didn't call me LaQuisha. She did.
I
he
actually
didn't call you
said
LaQuisha.
loquacious, and then you said loquacious, and then I
Okay,
said
so I
loquacious, and then you
misunderstood the
said
first
something
letter
about a
in her
TV
word.
show.
You said
Irish also
buckwacious
repeated, do you
or
know, does everyone here
LaQuisha?
know what the word loquacious means? It was said several times, so either turn on
Okay,
your
so
listening
if you
ears
said
or do
if you didn't
manipulation
say
later.
if you didn't call me LaQuisha, then I apologize. I heard you call me LaQuisha, and I had
No,
no
you were
idea
trying to
why
make
you
you were
said
trying
that.
to make another joke that came out as a microaggression. That's what you did.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. So please demonstrate to me how I'm racist for referencing the word that I misheard her say.
Did anybody call you
Someone
racist?
called you racist.
Literally, again, just because they're not up here, like I have the self-awareness.
Hang on,
that
I'll call you
I'm
racist.
alive,
I'll
and
call you
somebody
racist
said,
at this point. I'll call you
Ernesto is this
racist at this
and that.
point.
Am
I
I?
will call you racist at this point.
Then
And the
sure.
reason I'll call you, sure, I'll call you racist. And the reasons is because when
You
Carlotta was up here,
invalidated my claim,
Gio,
but
can
then
you
somebody
please
had to
shut up?
correct me. No, you
Go
shut up.
ahead, go to all the Puerto Rican people in the world, tell them that I invalidated them, and they're going to tell you they don't give a shit because they're not snowflakes like you are.
Now I'm
Now,
the
what?
Well, yeah,
Quiet.
you're playing the
You're the
victim
most
whole time here.
whiny. Like you guys complain about social justice warriors. You're up here whining and crying like I'm your fucking mommy. I'm not your mommy, dude.
You're letting your mate.
Shh.
You were
Control
about
your-
to try to do something. You were about to try to say something funny. It wasn't going to land, so you could just pass.
Gio, listen, buddy. I'm smarter, I'm funnier, I'm more engaging than you. Like, don't try to be me. Just emulate me.
What are you
Just
talking?
listen to me, learn who I am,
All right,
copy
me
me,
again.
and then maybe you'll be tolerable, okay? Lesson number... Oh, you just ran like a little bitch. Lesson number 1, stop being a whiny bitch. You ran, by the way. All I did was stop eating. So I was about to, like, change my main course to you being the dessert, and you ran.
And he said he was about to be dropped. Yeah, by being dropped, he meant pulling out himself and running off.
Coward.
I was going to ask him if he believed that white men were the most oppressed in America, because I have a feeling he would have said yes.
I agree.
He would have said some pithy. He would try to be some. He would try to say some pithy
Do
response.
you think that men in in America, do you think that racism exists for men? Wait, what is your take on men who aren't actually men but pretend to be? That would have been what he said.
See, he's used to, and I
Oh,
understand
that's
it
a good
because,
point.
yeah, I mean, it's fair that if other people choose to drop him because they don't want to push back on him, and I would get why people would do that, and I understand why people have their opinions of him. He was not prepared, and he's not used to being up here as long as he was, so he tired himself out, and that happens all the time with these kinds of guys.
In my opinion, he's a bigot, but I've had multiple run-ins with him a long time
He's
ago.
back.
But that's
Yeah,
just my
so
take.
great. Let me explain to you why it is I
exactly what I was
think.
waiting
Hang
for.
on, Gio. Let me explain to you why it is I think you're a racist, right? I noticed that when you were talking to Carlotta, you were definitely showing more disrespect. But the moment Brussels joined, you just were triggered as hell, and I couldn't figure out why, right? Know your place. And that was a bit of a signal. And I thought at first, oh, sexist, misandrist, all this kind of stuff that you were saying made me think that, okay, maybe it's a sexism thing. Then when I add to that the continued disrespect after I gave you a warning, I told you Brussels is my surrogate. I'm eating, talk to Brussels, but you continued with the disrespect. And then on top of that, you drop that microaggression, which, by the way, I don't cancel people over microaggressions. It's not my place to say this, but I'll be bold enough to say it. Microaggressions independently, not a big deal. People do it all the fucking time, right? What it's a big deal is when someone calls you out on it and simply says, hey, do me a favor, do less of that. And you turn around and you say, no, I'm going to keep doing it. And in fact, I'm going to tell you what I did was not harmful to protect my right to keep doing that and hurting people. That's what a racist would argue, because that's someone who doesn't care about hurting people. And in fact, is obviously saying, I'm happy to hurt black people or BIPOC people or marginalized people, knowing it's going to continue to hurt them. So yes, I think you've demonstrated there's a likelihood you're a racist. What
So that was
about my
after-
logic do you disagree with?
So that was after you said,
What about
Oh,
my logic do you disagree with?
Brussels and so, they're different. They don't care. You can say whatever you want to them. And then Brussels was like, you're not liable. I'm not liable for ...
Hang on. I'm not getting into a server, so I won't be able to do it. I was trying to get into it. Come back tomorrow if you can, if you want, or message me. I'm following you right now. Sorry?
I have the stuff up here, so.
Oh, if you have it, sure, we can go through it.
Yeah.
And if you can summarize it, that would help as well.
I mean, I would rather just kind of read it out word for word, just so I don't.
Go for it.
Wait, now or?
Yeah, if you can come back, that'd be great. I mean, where are you?
But yeah, it's
you're
just
in
that you guys
Canada,
were
right?
on about stuff, and I didn't want to.
Yeah, I don't want to keep wasting your time. But how about this? Do you want to? Are you free for the rest of the night?
Well, I mean, I kind of just finished this semester, so I pretty much got all the time.
Well, I mean,
okay,
look,
great.
Here's the thing.
I mean, I'm down to stay for a while.
I post if you want to do it, Gio can wait, or he can go away. He can wait.
Go for it.
I'd rather engage with you than him.
Yeah, go for it. I post.
I mean, yeah, it's just I really didn't mean to be rude and interrupt about it.
No
not
problem.
at all.
Go ahead.
Okay, good. Right, I just want to I'm just gonna point I'm gonna say what he writes. Okay, I'm not trying to put any of spin on anything, but there are 13 things that he tries to debunk that say you lie.
Got it. Go.
Okay. All right. So the first one he says is line number 1. Irish has repeatedly said I was talking sexually to minors. The left photo is his evidence, as you can see. Yeah, I can't really show the photos, but
you don't have to, because I don't need to look at the photos to be able to debunk them, because you and I have already done that, right? We already showed this screenshot where he's admitting the person he's talking to is likely a troll or an immature child, yet he then proceeds to
wait,
say...
there's actually one where he mentions that photo, actually. I think.
Well, hang on for...
Odin is saying
Okay,
that
sorry.
do everything on Discord.
Oh, thanks, Odin. But my point, though, is that do you think that's a lie when you look at this screenshot? Because if so, if you think I'm still lying, then we can... My point is there's 11 or 13 points, right? We're going to be here all day if we don't go through them kind of quickly. Do you disagree with this characterization based upon this screenshot?
No, but he does bring up another point, I think, actually, later on, where he says that he didn't know, like he hadn't validated that they were minors.
Correct. He had not validated this minor. But
Yes,
he's
so-
saying, hang on, but he's saying in his own comments that he believes. Remember, I talked about the pedophile who's talking to a 12-year-old FBI agent?
Yes.
What does
yeah.
it matter if he validated or not?
Wait,
He
what do you mean?
believed it. He believed it was a child.
No, but he didn't. No, wait, hold on. Let me find it here again real quick.
Do you
I'm trying to-
understand?
like, I'm trying to
You
find
understand the
picture.
difference between belief and fact, or belief and
No.
belief
Oh
and
yeah,
fact?
no, I am. Don't worry, I'm not, not that mentally challenged.
Yeah. So what does it matter? So if we found out that that MINOR, right, was actually a 40-year-old man, it would matter. Now, if in the server you found out that that MINOR had said information that said they were an adult, that would matter. Or if you showed screenshots that showed that Peterson believed they were an adult, that would matter. But what matters is how that child represented themselves, and they represented they were a minor, and therefore they engaged with them thinking they were a minor. So I don't understand what is it like. What he's saying is, I didn't ask him to confirm he was the child I thought he was. How's that a defense? I don't get that.
Well, I don't know. I can't speak for him. But
Well, no. I'm asking you. I'm happy to go through them, right? I'm asking you. Do you think that's something I have to address? Because, in my opinion, that just seems like a deflection that someone who's like looking at it quickly wouldn't really think to process, right?
Yeah, but he's also using a different picture here to like what is
So
it?
he's
To
using
the
a different
sexually talking
conversation.
to minors.
So he's
Huh?
using a different conversation.
Yeah,
to,
I know the screenshots very well. So he's saying that
I know, but he's
that
also
this.
sharing the text with you after.
Okay, well, all right, hang on. Let me pull up someone else has sent me screenshots so I can go through it there. I apologize. So read out the first one for everyone else so that they have.
Oh, the first like thing.
Yeah, first point.
Yeah. Line number 1. Irish has repeatedly said I was talking sexually to minors. The left photo is his evidence. As you can see from the actual conversation, nobody was talking to the person who is labeled 14-year-old. This is a lie, and Irish knows it's a lie, because when I and others confronted him on it, he ran away from the accusation and refused to answer. And the picture that he references is the Spanky one.
Great. So let's
Yeah,
talk about it. Let's talk about it, right? So can you identify the fallacy he's making here to trick people? Can you spot it? To me, it's like so
I
obvious.
don't
but
know
can
like
you
the
spot it?
specifics of fallacies, so I couldn't tell you.
All right. So the easy fallacy that he's making is, right? He's saying Irish has repeatedly said I was talking sexually to minors. The left photo is his evidence. So he's saying that's my evidence. Is that my only evidence?
Nope.
There's loads of other evidence, but he's trying to make you think this is the only one. So this is the only one you're focused on. He didn't include the screenshot I just showed you. So he's making it seem Irish took this screenshot and took it out of context. And as a result of that, this is how this lie started. But the way he's framing that is he's eliminating all the other screenshots. Get it?
Yeah, but
So-
I'm going to go one by one, so my bad.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no. Let's keep going. So, as you can see from the actual conversation, again, he's limiting the analysis to this one screenshot. As you can see from the actual conversation, nobody was talking to the person who's labeled 14 years old. Now, this is a lie because they were all talking to the 14-year-old, not in this screenshot they wore, but they were all talking to this 14-year-old. I've shown countless screenshots where Peterson is talking to this 14-year-old. Now, the other part is even if you only look at this screenshot, if you are in a private server filled with MINORs, tell me if I'm wrong or not, doesn't this mean you are talking to them because they're in there? These are being directed to everyone in the server. Now, if I had said he was privately messaging them something sexual, that would be different. But when you even make this in a public in a server that has lots of minors, you are saying that to minors because you're saying this to the server. That's why it's a public channel in the server. So even that doesn't make sense. Also note how he cut it off. He's saying that's Peterson, and the MINOR, I'm sorry, that looks like it's totally non-connected, right? Totally looks like it's totally unrelated, right? But then what he leaves out, which I'm noticing as I'm looking at this, let me pull it up, go over my old screenshots. Give me a second. This is fun. Like debunking morons, it's just so fucking easy. All right, give me one moment. Recent.
I do have one. I am kind of curious though, about the whole public thing, because I think personally I disagree. Like, don't like not with like all the stuff you've showed me previously, but just like the whole public thing. Like, I know it's a public channel, but you can still be like directing what you're talking about to one person. It's like if you and your friend were talking in public and someone then tries to butt their way in, like, yeah, they can hear you.
Does that look like someone talking to one person?
Nope.
No. Like, I can show you loads of
the picture to be funny.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's not funny, but if you sent that to my 12-year-old daughter, I would have words with you. Would you think
But
I'm
it
wrong for
wasn't
wanting to have words with
sent
you?
explicitly to.
I mean, daughter or son.
If you sent that in a server where you knew there were minors and you're a teacher, I would want you fired. Why is that weird for me to, like, you think that's wrong?
No.
Like, I don't, all I'm asking is, don't let the 33-year-old server do two things at once.
I'm not trying to.
Hang on. Don't let him have minors in his server and be sexual. Don't let him have minors in the server and bully them. Don't let him have minors in the server and have P-Treatios. That's all. If he wanted to have minors and he was having nothing but fine conversations, I don't care. But that's not what happened. So
right? I'm sorry.
Yep.
Post said no, right? To your question, Irish?
No.
That he didn't find a problem with that?
No, he said he did see a problem. So here's the full screenshot. Notice how he cropped it. This is Peterson. This is Peterson. He only showed you this. Why did he cut this part off where he's responding to a message that Peterson had posted, but then he deleted? Now you have to trust me because it's deleted. I'm not asking you to trust me because of some other reason. You have to trust me because he deleted it. I have no choice on that because he deleted it. But you don't have to guess. It's because he refers to it. And these guys are referring to this image that he posted when they say, Tanks, I was worried I was about to get a schmick pic, to which the same 14-year-old, I'm sorry, I wonder what's going on in the background. That's not an image. And then he says, Eric, OnlyFans leaked. This was an image Eric posted that the 14-year-old responded to. I don't think it's a lie, even in this screenshot, to say Peterson was talking sexually to minors, given the context that the minors were responding to what Peterson was saying. And even if you don't like that screenshot, what other screenshots have we got?
Well,
This is him saying, hang on, this is him saying to a 15-year-old, go get, talking about your back alley blowjob from a crackhead. I don't think, and
I'm
they're
sorry,
bullying this.
just lost connection there for a second.
Sure, they're bullying this 15-year-old who they think is religious, and they're saying that this person is, you know the way some religious people talk about seeing Jesus on a waffle? Peterson makes the joke that, did you see Jesus in a waffle? But then adds, because that's the first part, the weird pattern you saw on your flapjacks at Waffle House, that's the joke about Jesus you see in a waffle. But then he adds, right before you, a 15-year-old, got your 15-year-old back alley BJ from a crackhead. Is that not Peterson talking to a minor?
Yeah, but it is. But I'm just kind of curious. Did he know it was a 15-year-old at that time?
He knew it was a minor. I don't what age, I don't know, but he knew it was a minor. So the ones who I identified,
you have to understand the ones who I didn't get screenshots for all of them admitting their ages because I didn't think I would need it. I didn't think he was going to delete everything, right? So I didn't have ages for all of them. If it shows their age, that means it's been confirmed. But in the server, I don't know if they said that specific age, but they said they were a minor.
Here's the one thing that you've got to get past, I post, because you keep saying it. You keep saying it. Is it confirmed? Is it confirmed he's a minor? Even if it's not confirmed by him, if they are stating in there that they were minors, you should take it for face value.
This is the 14-year-old who announced they were 14 multiple times. I would feel uncomfortable. Let me be clear, I post. I don't care if another dude says, this is Irish in his prime, and then posts this gorgeous photo, right? I would feel uncomfortable if a 14-year-old girl posted this. Well, first of all, I'd be uncomfortable with a 14-year-old girl on my server, but then the fact that he's okay with a 14-year-old posting this, clearly showing that they think that Peterson is attractive. I would feel uncomfortable about a 14-year-old talking about me being attractive. And Peterson can't claim he doesn't know. That's Peterson commenting 1 minute after this is posted.
Yeah.
This is the same 14-year-old. Now, they're not talking about their porn history. They're talking about someone else. But I wouldn't want to talk to a 14-year-old about someone's weird-ass porn history. I just wouldn't want to do that. This is Peterson. Oh, no, he has kids, LMFAO. The 14-year-old says, Planet Peterson, when is your next Pornhub vid? Peterson says, what? And then a different MINOR says, nah, why are we just looking past this? What the fuck? Peterson doesn't say anything else. Peterson doesn't say, I'm not comfortable with that. Peterson doesn't say, don't do that again. Peterson doesn't say, you're 14, that's not appropriate. If a 14-year-old asked me for my Pornhub, I would freak out. So, I mean, sorry, by the way, I have my headphones on, so I sound very animated. Do you understand that he's saying Irish has repeatedly said I was talking to minors? The left, and so he's about to say Irish is lying about this. Do you now totally understand? I'm not lying about it. What he's doing is he's picking what evidence to break apart.
Yeah, I see that.
He's picking and choosing.
Yeah, but
and look at the other example. I didn't even see this example. He's picking and choosing. He's picking and choosing the responses that this screenshot here. This must be the part above the screenshot. Notice the photo's missing that the child responded to. There's no photo here. Because he's deleted it.
Yeah.
And we know he deleted it. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. It's just that, because now I kind of have like a sort of like a personal just like question, like in the way that like how am I supposed to phrase that? Like, see, because I'm trying to think of it, because he mentions also later on that he just continuously just didn't know that they were minors, right? I'm just going off of the claim here.
I understand his claim, but as I showed you, not only did the minors disclose their age, not only did they talk about school, not only did his mods literally talk about minors before I exposed it, I literally showed you screenshots where he's referring to them as likely a troll or a minor. Right? So I understand his argument. The question is, does his allegation is, I'm not even sure if he admits there was loads of minors, right? Let's hope he's admitting that. If he's admitting there were loads of minors, his argument is, I missed the dozens of times when they said their age and the dozens of times when they said that they were in school. We also have an instance where someone pointed out that one of those admissions of age was in the introduction page where you introduce yourself. So we have to believe he missed all of that. Then we have to believe he missed the photos of minors. Then we have to believe that he didn't believe people were minors who he referred to as minors. And then we have to believe that all the mods in there did know there were minors, but just forgot to tell Peterson for months.
That's his argument. Does that argument make sense to you?
Not really, no.
All right, so why do we keep giving him credit? So let's go through the next lie. Lie number
Yeah,
2,
yeah. Sure,
so
yes.
he's claiming I backtrack or something. Let's go through it. I mean, I can barely see it.
Oh yeah, the DMing several minors one actually.
You're not answering the question. What question?
What's that?
You lied and said I'm talking to them in your screenshot. So he's referring to that specific screenshot. I didn't say you used the eggplant emoji to hit on a child, but you absolutely used the eggplant emoji in an exchange involving a child. You can screenshot that and use that to make clear my argument because I stand by it. How does this contradict what I just said?
Not at all.
Not at all.
But
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I thought we were going to the next one, so now I kind of just got lost in that one. My bad.
Yeah, lie number 2. You have me DMing several minors. Wow, Irish, I'd love to see the evidence. The fact is that evidence does not exist. More on the smallest man who ever lived. We got him DMing minors. Lie number 2. Oh my God, he didn't even show. So he's just denying it. All right. Well,
Yeah,
when he says show me the evidence. Okay, hang on. I mean, I did show the evidence. This is an MINOR who I had. See how I have young teen ? That's because we didn't know his age. And in this screenshot, you see that they were guessing that he was around about 13. And this person says, one day you'll be 13, and then you'll be able to come up with better insults. The young teen says, I'm older than that. Now, I'm asking you, if you're in a server and someone says I'm older than that, how old would you have guessed they were?
Older than what do you mean? Like that they're?
Would you guess this was a 40-year-old man if they said older than that?
Fucking maybe. Like here's the thing.
Great.
I see where you're
hang
coming
on.
from. I understand where you're
Would
coming
you say
from.
that's a
right?
40-year-old man?
Oh,
What age would you say that child is?
no fucking clue.
Would you agree that's a fucking child?
Yeah.
Right?
Max.
This child, hang on. This is Peterson in his server posting his own DMs.
I just want to
hang on. No, wait, listen to me.
Yeah.
Posting his own DMs with the minor.
Yeah, but yeah. Okay, cool.
But hang on.
Yeah, no. So
Eric?
that is not debunked. Yeah. So he lied about his debunked lie thing.
I mean, there's a few of these.
Mm.
This is him messaging a 15-year-old.
Yeah. So lie number 2.
Because what they would
is
do
not
is
correct.
they would bully the MINORs, and then he would mute them, and then they would go into the server, into their DMs, and bully them more.
Mm.
That was their pattern. That's why Peterson. This is a separate page, by the way. That's why Peterson would post. He'd be bragging about bullying them. Oh, so here's Peterson talking about someone said you're 6, and then this minor says no, he's like 9 or 11, and then they were complaining about being called an ape, and then this 14-year-old says, like little bro, of course you are. Peterson says, ooh. This entire exchange is 1 minute. 1 minute. Peterson is being told, the only thing I see is he came and said evolution Big Bang, and someone said you're 6, and then this person is saying, well, he's more like 9 or 11.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's Peterson posting his DMs where this MINOR was saying, I can't effing stand that racist bitch because they called me an ape. And Peterson says, that's because humans are apes. Meaning he doesn't care about the racial part. Then that person's saying, yeah, but black apes? Bro, shut the fuck up. Or grow the fuck up. So it's just a lie. He was absolutely DMing minors. I didn't say he was DMing them sexually. I've never claimed that. I don't claim that. I don't believe that. I never saw any substantiation for that. So do we agree this one is bullshit? Like he's making it seem like
I just hadn't seen any of the what was it? I tried to go through the video, but I might have like glossed over it because I'm so used to seeing like
Which
the
video?
public. The one that you made, the 5-minute one you told me to watch.
There's a 3.5. Yeah, that's only because people don't have patience. I have a 3.5 hour video on YouTube.
Oh, I tried to find that one. I couldn't find your channel.
Literally, Planet Peterson Exposed.
Yeah, it's just Planet Peterson Exposed.
What you have to
I
do
was
is
looking
you have
for
to
Irish.
type it in all one word, and then when you go to like the search it, just click filters and then filter for accounts, not for videos, and it'll come up first.
here's
yeah.
lie.
I was trying to search up Irish in NYC, so I couldn't
Oh,
find it.
gotcha. You know, yeah.
Here's lie number 3. In Irish's YouTube video, he claimed there were children as young as 9 on my server. He uses screenshot on the left as proof. First of all, I don't even need to debunk this claim. I don't care what age they were. Like, this is not relevant to me. There's minors. There was talk about them being as young as 9. That's it. Like, I don't know what does it matter if they were 9 or 12 or 16. I don't really care. So I don't really, to me, I don't really have anything to debunk on that. Anyone disagree? Like, it doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, I don't think it's relevant.
Yeah, no, I know. I hadn't seen the like.
No problem. Here you can
Sorry,
see a piece
the
of the
5-minute
same.
video was like so quick with the images, so
I
yeah.
understand. And I guess he's breaking down that 9 or 11 thing. There's zero evidence of blank being a minor. It's what you believe they wore, my guy. Lie number 4.
Again, that whole thing before we move on, it's the same thing. It's not relevant whether or not you can confirm that they're a minor. If they stated they're a minor there, you should take it at face value. That's it.
Yeah.
And by the way,
I'm turning my view around for it. So yeah,
no, I hear you. But where he says there is zero evidence of them being a minor, someone just said that to be condescending. Go into any server and see how often you see people be condescending and call someone a boy. Not very frequent. In his server,
I think. Oh,
go ahead.
I was just gonna say I disagree. If you join a server and like seeing people be disrespected, that's kind of a on the internet. I don't know.
They're literally guessing what age.
Well, do
They're
you know what the
guessing what
problem
age.
is
Like,
too?
go ahead, dude.
Is this is Peterson's server. His server is his responsibility. So, like, whether or not he's claiming he can't verify their ages, if you can't, then don't have them in there. Like, point blank, period. And to, even if it was maybe his mods that had more discussions with the ones who were thinking are minors, it's his responsibility. It's his server. And if he doesn't know what's going on in it, that's a problem in itself. He is a teacher, he's an adult, and if he doesn't have these kind of instincts, he should not have a platform.
So the next argument is Irish again is stating that the person being discussed in the bottom left screenshot is a MINOR. There's zero evidence of this because you deleted the evidence. I have the evidence because I screenshot it. So when they say there's zero evidence, what does he mean? There is evidence. There's no evidence remaining in your server. So right there, this is the messed up thing. He's saying the 14-year-old, bro defo has some weird-ass porn in his brownie history. He's saying that 14-year-old, there's no evidence. I showed you 4 screenshots where he showed his age, and he deleted them. And we know he deleted them, and Brussels can confirm, because his good friend Dr. Blitz admitted that Peterson told him he deleted stuff because he was, what was the word?
He panicked.
Emotional.
No, emotional.
Emotional,
Peterson
right,
said
yeah.
he was emotional, so he deleted stuff. And Blitz said he understood that.
Oop.
And so he's saying there's no evidence. Correct. He deleted the evidence in his server, but I have the evidence. More importantly, go message him.
I'll
If you
definitely
don't
try.
believe me, go message him. More importantly, the image of him is that of a very clear MINOR. Oh, I see what he's doing here. He's actually lying. That person right there, the 14-year-old, so that's an easy lie. Let's do that one. Peterson there is suggesting that this DM is with an MINOR, the 14-year-old. I never claimed this was a 14-year-old. I believe that was also a minor. This has never been part of my evidence. So now he's like taking the screen. I didn't use this as evidence. So I don't even know. He's taking one screenshot, matching it with this screenshot, and for some reason he thinks I'm calling this person the 14-year-old. No, I'm calling this person. And you can go into his server today. This he couldn't delete these chats. You go into this server today, you're not going to see this image. You're going to see an image of a totally different person right here. I guarantee it. Let's go
Yeah.
to lie number.
I mean, I'm just trying to go through this so I can actually, like,
Yep.
get a.
While
I seriously
while
worry
we're-
I'm coming off
yep.
as like.
While we were on the topic, Irish says in his YouTube video there were multiple minors in his server. There are exactly 2 examples of people who stated they were underage because you deleted them. I didn't think I'd have to make a record of all the minors. But for the record, I have discussed, I think it's 8 different minors that I've been able to show were minors or that they believed were minors. All I did was a deep dive on 2 because I thought that's all I would need. I didn't expect him to go delete everything like a fucking coward. And for the record, they never disclosed this information to me because I would have banned them instantly. What do you want me to tell you? Like, I can just show you their faces. Like, you saw that face. That's when he's saying they never disclosed it to me. They disclosed it in the server multiple times. All the mods knew it.
Mm-hmm.
Irish repeatedly, as I've already showed, claimed that multiple other accounts are MINORs with 0 evidence. Go message them. Peterson can message them. Peterson knows who they are. Why is Peterson not messaging them and having them confirm what age they are? Couldn't he do that? He knows who I'm talking about. Why has he not DM'd one of them and said, hey, by the way, what are you? Now back to the screenshot above. The person, well, this is not the screenshot. The person who is the child troll is the person in the screenshot on the right. As you can clearly see, this is a troll account. Irish is the only one stupid enough to think otherwise. Actually, I take that back. He's not that stupid. He knows that he's not a minor, but says it anyway because he's a liar. This person was also banned immediately after it became obvious they were trolling. So now I kind of understand what he's saying. I can't believe he's that stupid. What he says here is, Irish again is stating that the person being discussed at the bottom screenshot is a child. I never said this person was a child. I said the person labeled 14 is a child. I don't know why he's referencing this. He's saying Irish is again stating that the person being discussed at the bottom left is a child. That said, let's look at his screenshot. He's saying there's no evidence. Great. So this 14-year-old says he's probably a child troll, probably under the age of 12. This is him and his server guessing how old these people are based upon what they've shared, the information they put in the server. They didn't call everyone a child. They called the children child because of what they because of the clues they gave. So this is evidence, which I wasn't even using as evidence, that Peterson's and his server believed who they were engaging with was a child. Now, Peterson's focusing on the word troll, and he's saying I'm stupid for believing it's a child. I believe it's a child because you guys believed it was a child. And when he's saying there's no evidence, I don't know what age this person is. I know that you guys believed he was a child. Why do I have to know what they actually are? Like, these are like, I knew that Carlotta had said this would be like annoying. This is like so stupid. All right. Lie number 5. Irish uses this as proof I knew they were minors. Well, I showed the big photo of the person. That to me, which Peterson, it was responded to Peterson, right? Like, when he's saying there's proof that he knew, sorry, not sorry, that is someone posting to Peterson. That is Peterson's top mod and best friend. Peterson's being responded to, and that's the best friend. What more can I give you exactly? Like, like, who goes into a server and says, "Hi, Irish, I am 14 Irish, and I am telling you specifically that Irish, but nobody else in here"? No, they say, "'Cause I was young, I'm 14. No, they say, "I'm 14, the fact I'm 14. No, they say, "I'm only 14. They say, "You go to a religious school or what?" I would know this is a high school. Especially for someone as young as me who's still in high school. Now, Peterson's getting real fucking pissed off about, like, dates? I don't understand. This is not me lying. I've gone Peterson, 1, 2, 3. Yes, they're not in immediate succession. You can see the date stamp. I didn't make any attempt to hide the date stamp. My point is, if you're seeing them saying this close to where Peterson has been talking, and I show it on the opposite, where Peterson talks immediately afterwards, it's very fair to assume Peterson read the last message before he entered a chat. For someone as young as me who's still in high school, this is now a few minors talking, so I'll move past this. This is now the high school junior talking to Peterson. This is 4:18 at 2:01 a.m. 2:01, if you notice that says 2:04, this is 3 hours later. High school junior is now saying, what was your weirdest high school experience so far for me? This is one of the people who said, I didn't know there were minors, responding to this. Then you have this person in the middle of class, and then they start talking about different things they've done in school. This is like one of his top 10 friends. I'm nearly 2/3 done high school. Reaper. This is one of the people who've been really ardent in defending Peterson. But they're going to claim, I didn't know. I'm nearly 2/3. I think that's pretty clear. This is announcing what grade they're in. Again, rampaging Reaper. And Ball, people in Dean's server will remember the name of that guy saying this didn't happen. How long after this? 6:13, 6:11. 6:11, 6:13. 2 minutes after he says that, he says grade 11. Then this is where he'll say I'm misrepresenting. I don't think I'm misrepresenting. It clearly has a new date. So the time lapse here is the 12th, 12:23, and this is the 13th at 1:49, so like 12 hours later. There's so many cool people in the server, and then there's me, high school student. It's the introduce yourself channel. Is that wrong for me to think you read that?
No. Yeah. I mean, I did read that.
This is about college. This guy's talking about getting into college. Blue is this racist scumbag neckbeard who's probably the most vocal of Peterson's supporter, literally talking to the kid about applying for college. College applications. Who needs college applications? High school kids. So I think it's it's such a stupid claim. Irish uses this as proof I knew there were minors. No, I used everything I just showed. Like, why did he use which one? He didn't even use the one that's introduce yourself section.
Nope.
Check the timestamps, dumbass. How about you check the other screenshots, dumbass? Let's look at the message on the right. I mean, I don't have to analyze this. He's selecting which ones to quote-unquote debunk.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm really, like, I'm actually following along here, and I can see
Slide number 6.
A lot of it's really cut out.
This is a picture of Parker get a job, you moron. And you know that's what it... Huh? Line number 6.
This one, I have no fucking clue what is.
This is a picture of Parker get a job, you moron. And you know that's what it is because you clearly cropped out the part where they state specifically that this is Parker. This is not a pic... Oh, so this is not a minor. Okay, that's good to know. So that's apparently a picture of remember that picture I've been showing? That's apparently a picture of Parker. Great, I didn't know that.
Oh, that's a picture of Parker? Okay.
I didn't know that. Sure, I don't have to push that around.
What was the context, though?
I don't understand it either. I'm surprised nobody asked about it either.
I feel like that makes it worse. Because why is that picture of Parker floating around in a server?
I'm confused as well. I don't understand that. I mean, I'm going to accept that that's Parker. I'm going to believe him. I didn't know that.
Just because I'm like out of the clue as to who Parker is.
Parker's a big debater here.
Oh, okay. I probably just don't know them by name. I kind of just know them by their tag.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to accept that that's Parker. Like, I didn't know that's Parker. I don't know why they're posting that picture of Parker. I would still not print that in my.
Yeah, I don't know why you would print that. I would post that.
Yeah,
either.
but if that's Parker, that's Parker. I'm not
That's
trying to
still-
spread misinformation, but like, if he, what am I meant to do? I only know what I know. And do you remember earlier when I posted this? I told you explicitly that may be him or may not be. I don't know, but nobody even responded because this was so goddamn common. So I never even said that was the MINOR. I talked about the people's reaction to it. And the fact that they knew there's like suspected Petridios in the server and a whole bunch of minors, that should not have had nobody respond to it. So I don't really think that's good to know, but that's not debunking anything. Let's ignore the fact that I'm not part of this conversation at all and address the part where Irish identifies the person who he blurs out as a minor. Okay. This is yet again a complete fabrication. Evidence on the part of Irish. The person who ID'd as a minor is, I don't know why they're saying name, who never identified as a minor. Again, they were a troll account who just said as many stupid things as fast as they could. I am not wrong for using their statements that they believe they're in middle school to show that they were identifying them as a minor. Like, what the fuck? That's not, like, it doesn't matter what else they said. It doesn't matter if he was a troll. It doesn't matter if he went in there and he was being racist. You guys knew or believed he was a minor. Like, I don't understand. Okay, this is exactly. Arav is also a racist. Why is Irish defending racist people? Arav is also a child. Why is Irish defending the child? Like, the way he frames this stuff is ridiculous. I'm not defending a racist. I'm defending a child. Don't talk to children like this. Don't say to a child, "Are you hard?" I don't think that's crazy. Now ask yourself, why didn't Irish include the evidence that would prove Arav is a minor? I did. You just addressed it. What are you talking about? Because this is the evidence. How much of a lying piece of shit do you have to be to take this as a genuine disclosure of age? I never said he was a minor. Oh, I didn't even show this screenshot. This is where they were talking about how young he has to be.
Did you show the screenshot?
I don't remember showing it. But this to me would be a weird screenshot. I'm going to include this moving forward. I didn't remember including this, but I'll definitely include it.
Yeah, I had not seen it.
Well, I guess that's kind of a like a happy little accident.
I mean, I don't understand what this is proving exactly. Is it not proving that, like, I'm sorry, I post, like, you're not in a lot of servers with big debaters.
No.
Yeah, you may be in gaming servers, but you don't have these conversations in these servers. You don't talk about and debate people's ages. It's not a common thing. Except for Peterson server, where it happened all the time.
The only time it's debatable or it's debated is when we want to make sure that they are not minors. That's when it's debated.
So, like, I don't understand why, because this is the evidence. No, it's because what you guys guessed he was. How utterly pathetic are you, Irish? Whatever. Line number 8. Irish uses this screenshot, but with Arav's name blurred out. Yeah, because I'm blurring out the names of people who I think are MINORs. Fuck me, right? He once again lies and claims that Arav is a minor, despite the fact that there's zero evidence. Get Irish. Gee, Irish, why are you so mad that I bullied someone who is racist xenophobic towards Hindus? You're racist and xenophobic towards Hindus. What are you talking about? Like, again, he's acting like, why am I defending racist people? Like, do you not see the manipulation of this guy? I'm not racist. You saw me talking to that guy who was just here. Or I try to be as not racist as a fucking white dude can be, right? Aren't you the guy who says if you're in Flipper server, put a shotgun in your mouth and pull the trigger? Yeah, and go cry. What the hell are you crying about? I don't get it.
There are no minors in there.
What I don't understand, like, what is this evidence of? I'm not understanding what this is evidence of. Oh.
I don't know.
So this is the screenshot. Yeah, I don't think an adult would usually message someone saying,
he was bullying me. Yeah, I don't think an adult would usually do that. I think it's a bit odd.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that's further evidence that someone may be a minor. Here is one of the Schmetafals that Irish says I was sheltering. Just a reminder, many people in his server have admitted this. That Irish says I was sheltering. Nobody, including Irish himself, believes these people were Schmetafals. I literally showed that his friends did. Every single one of them was someone proclaiming to defend Muhammad's marriage to Aisha. Okay, shocker. Someone could be Muslim and a P. Treadio at the same time. Crazy, right? Because I never identified anyone who only did that. I only looked at the people who said that it's okay to be with minors. The ones who said it's okay that because age is just an age, is just a number. They weren't saying, I'm okay with what Muhammad did. I wouldn't have, okay, I don't care about that. That's not what they said. This is saying, all right, oh, I got a violation warning. Guys, can you not report? You don't like me, you don't believe me. Why do you want to silence me? That's what I don't understand. So, Ernesto, what do you think? Is restarting, because a lot of the bigger creators do restart?
I think it's Pigeon Man. They seem to be defending him hard in the comments. I'm
Pigeon
guessing.
Man, will you come up and talk?
Yeah,
I was just, I mean, I'm kind of just here to learn.
No, I know. We know it's not you that's reporting. It's just that certain people, when they're making comments like that, it seems like it's common that they're also reporting. What is the fear of you actually coming up?
It's Kinetic Monk that's your op right now.
Oh, I was just blocking Pigeon Man. Shit, are you still here?
Hello?
Oh, thank God. All right, good.
It wasn't Pigeon Man, I don't think.
Kinetic Monk. Okay, Kinetic
No,
Monk.
oh, God damn it. I had blocked him as he was coming up. Now I want him to come back. Yeah, but okay, someone send him a request to join as well. Where is he? Pigeon Man there.
Oh, never mind. Pigeon Man, never mind. I might have misread that. Maybe Pigeon Man was responding. I apologize. I read it wrong.
Kinetic. No,
Yeah,
they have very
I
similar
read
profile
the wrong
pictures.
at. I need some coffee. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Pigeon Man. Oh
All
my
right,
God.
whoever muted. All right, love you, the person who muted. However, by muting him, now I have to go look for him to block him. So don't mute someone for the entire live.
Block.
Hey, Parker, I see you're in here. Parker, quick question. Parker, if you're in here, I just want to confirm. Sorry if this is a deal for you or something. Is this a photo of you, Parker? Someone was saying this was a photo of you. Is that a photo of you they were using?
I got him right here. I got Kinetic Monk.
Yeah, I get it. I just want Parker's obviously here just because he heard someone was sharing
No.
code.
But I blocked him.
Okay. So, Parker, can you just confirm that just so we know moving forward? You were just here a moment ago. Did you leave?
He may have just scrolled in and out.
You don't have to join. You just have to confirm. Was that a photo of you that was in Peterson's server? All right, I'm going to keep continuing. If people, yes, Parker's in the comments. If someone can ask in the comments for Parker to answer that one quick question, I'll show it again. He's live right now. He's literally in here.
He has a couple of devices, so he may have just
Yeah,
somebody.
he's definitely in
Live
here.
and check like other people's live, or am I just like way too?
He may be recording it. He may just be recording it.
Be multitasking.
Yeah, Pigeon Man. Okay, got it. He's live. Well, that's weird. So let me keep going with the debunking. Hang on. Schmetafals. Okay, so, and I'll say this again. If you don't like me or you disagree, please join to talk. But please don't report, and don't report comments, and don't report people in the comments. Like, it's not helping. Planet Peterson is on April 20th. Talking about, all right, everyone, maybe he's an actual Schmetafal, maybe it's rage bait. Either way, move on. No, this is you saying maybe he is an actual pedophile. I don't understand how this is, what? How is this disproving anything?
Can I make one suggestion? Can we just start treating female victims of SA the same way we give the men all this room to like defend themselves and prove that they're, and you know how like so many men rush to other men's side when they're
Yep.
falsely accused of things, and they say, oh, we need all these evidence, we need all this burden of proof for these YT men. Can we start like treating victims of rape that way, to where we instantly believe them and defend them no matter what until we have a reason not to? Can we
You
do
would
that?
hope so, but if you're like anything like Blitz, you'd worry that you are ruining a man's life. Boo-hoo.
Yeah, he might become president of the United States. If he grapes someone and gets caught, he can become
Exactly.
president. You know, he could have all these horrible things happen, like, you know, tons of money. He can go on to play the Olympics. But also, like, if you're a YT man, you can go ahead and play the Olympics after USA, a 12-year-old. But also, if you are a woman of color and you have a little THC in your system, even though it's totally legal in your state, then you can't compete in the Olympics, because that's just breaking the rules.
Yeah, it's crazy. So I don't understand this point. He's saying every single one of them was someone proclaiming to defend Muhammad's marriage to Aisha, and I gave them the pedophile role as a joke. Who they're talking about is this guy. Can you help me understand what exactly is he referring to? Here's Swagger. What is wrong in loving a child? This is actually insane. Someone call the cops. This is you when you see a 9-year-old saying that to Swagger.
Yeah, that dude needs to be fucking investigated.
No, but my point is they're saying, no, but Peterson is saying it's only a joke. This person is saying, please get this guy out of here. This is deplorable behavior. But if it's only a joke, why are you, who's also one of the people who's been supporting him, he needs a prison sentence. He needs to go to a mental hospital. I've lived in Saudi Arabia. He's beyond the typical Arab citizen. So, you know, all sorts of problems with that, period. But the point is, he's saying this is not just a typical person who's Muslim. Planet Peterson says, I kind of like laughing at how problematic they are. And they're talking about me defending racism and stuff. The MINOR, I'm not going to give them shit for this because they're a child. I'll give Peterson shit that someone can say this in his server because they're a friend of Peterson. I would not allow that in my server. Mostly because, like, it's literally factually untrue, right? If there was actual stats to suggest that was actually true, that the majority were of one group, maybe even not entertain it. But this is just a factually untrue statement made because someone just hates Pakistanis.
If I remember correctly, his first rule was like not racist stuff, right?
What do you want me to do there? Like
nothing. No. I'm just kind of like backing it up a little bit because that's like really fucked up.
Yeah, and again, 433, 434. And so this is then when can it, and by the way, this is 9 days before the screenshot he showed. This is people asking to remove him 9 days before the screenshot he showed. When can a child give someone consent? What do you mean? Dude, if someone's asking me that question, like, who asked that question? Question is he serious? Like severely groomed or just trolling? He's not trolling. They give the label Schmedophile. A week goes by. In the context of a 45-year-old man with an 8-year-old girl, sure, man, nothing wrong with that? Meaning, are you sure, man? There's nothing wrong with it? Why is it wrong? Why do you feel it's right? Love is love. What has this got to do with the Prophet Muhammad? Love is love. Is age just a number to you? Yes. What has that got to do with the Prophet Muhammad? Like, he's just a fucking liar. Imagine you were a father. Would you let a 6-year-old fella date your 8-year-old daughter? Yes. What has that got to do with the Prophet Muhammad?
I don't know if you want me to actually answer or if it's more rhetorical.
It's
sorry.
Yeah. So then they ask, at least you're consistent with your horrific and disgusting worldview, where he's talking about liking kids. It is normal. This person then says, wait, they're actually a Petritio. Normal, what do you mean? Are you actually attracted to children? Peterson then responds to this question, wait, they're actually a Petritio? Or doesn't respond. Because then this person goes on and says, I'm so confused. Is the dude actually saying it's normal to be attracted to kids? But like, why? Why is he like not banned? Because I believe in free speech. Jesus Christ. Then Peterson continues from the Jesus Christ. You can never ban speech, only force it into obscurity where it festers and encounters no resistance. Now, I want to be clear. Peterson's claiming I didn't ban him because it was a joke. Peterson's claiming I didn't ban him because he was just Muslim. What the hell is the rest of this conversation then? Because this person then says, well, you're running into the paradox of intolerance. Peterson says, no, all speech, especially the most deplorable, needs to be in the public square. To which then this person writes this very eloquent response. This is a private space, bro. And this is about protecting your people. Now, I don't need to read the whole thing. The key part here is the public square is more or less institutional regarding places where the state can't control. But you suppressing a P-Treaty would be more or less protecting your privately enshrined community. Now, by this point, the guy has said, age is just a number, nothing wrong with loving a child, nothing wrong with an old man with a young child. He then says, blasphemy isn't free speech, which is in relation to another comment, which was stupid, and then focuses on this. It's not illegal for me, Peterson, to block people because I'm not the government. So he's realizing free speech isn't real in his server. But then he says, it's also not illegal to say the things that so far have been said. Immediately afterwards, the P-Treaty talks about an 8-year-old girlfriend. Because that's not illegal to talk about it. Now, when it was illegal, that's when we have Batman. In Batman's situation...
Irish, after this, just do a quick recap for those who are coming in clean.
In Batman's situation, so you have been with someone below 18, just type 1 for yes and 2 for no. 111 with tree, meaning I've been with, holy F, so you're an actual P-Treatio, and how old are you? 26. When they admit to illegal activity, because that's a crime, that's the standard. That's what got them kicked. That's the illegal part. That's what Peterson is referencing later on. When Peterson is saying this. So it's not illegal to say things that so far have been said. He's right. It's not illegal for Swagger to be a P-Treatio. It's not illegal for Swagger to talk about his P-Treatio beliefs. It's not illegal. And Peterson is saying, I'm okay with it until it's illegal. And he also says, allowing people to say things I disagree with isn't the same as being indifferent to or endorsing them. Yes, it literally is, especially when it's your server. I agree, but I'm just saying this kind of goes in line with the paradox of tolerance. Either way, it's like 5 a.m., I got to go to sleep. And then Swagger saying, you can have an 8-year-old girlfriend, but you can only marry her when she's 13. And then slides into the DMs. So I also showed the screenshots where his friends were pretty damn clear. This led to the minor being messaged by Swagger, who we deemed as a P-Treatio. Not as a Muslim, not as someone who defended Muhammad, as a P-Treatio. And he characterizes all of what I just showed you as, here's one of the P-Treatios that Irish says I'm sheltering. Nobody, including Irish himself, believed these people were P-Treatios. Every single one of them was someone proclaiming to defend Muhammad's marriage. Let me state this. I don't think that was true, but let's say every one of them was to defend Muhammad's marriage. All the ones who were called P-Treatio did more than this. They talked about it being okay to be with children, that age is just a number. And so it's nonsense the way he frames this. By the way, oh, this is cute. I just realized something, which I'll get to later. And then he talks about, here is Irish stating he's completely fine with people endorsing Muhammad's marriage to Aisha as part of their religious conviction. I'm confident. Yeah, this is phrase number 5. So this is me making requests to him that I think he needs to do in order for me to feel better about his server. you will agree that anyone who does or endorses or says anything pedophilic in nature in your server, other than making excuses very specific to the prophet's marriage, will result in a hard permaban. And the reason why I added this caveat was because Peterson said, and he was lying, he didn't want to be Islamophobic. Peterson loves being Islamophobic. Peterson loves tearing Muslims apart for what they believe. He is the definition of Islamophobic. But because he was claiming I didn't want to ban them because it's Islamophobic, I was saying, okay, carve out an exception for someone who says, I'm not going to condemn Muhammad. Okay.
Irish.
Yeah.
Somebody in the comments was attempting to DOX you. I took a
I don't
screenshot
I
and
don't ever
blocked
care.
them, but yeah, I know
I
they
don't ever care.
follow. No, I know, but I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, I
And they
don't ever.
follow
Yeah.
Planet Peterson, so yeah.
Okay. Oh, great. All right. Wait, who was it then?
You should
You know
still
what?
be able
We'll
to
talk
see
about it
the
later.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
Recap, Irish, before you move on.
So what we're talking about right now is Planet Peterson is a large creator who has approximately 250 or 300,000 followers on TikTok, 10,000 on YouTube. He's a 33-year-old teacher who was found operating a Discord. That Discord was filled with MINORs. And in addition, we have substantial evidence that he bullied the MINORs. He used sexual language around and to the MINORs. Not that he was hitting on them, but he was using sexual language to MINORs and around MINORs. And he also had people who he credibly believed were P-Tritios. Planet Peterson now has created this Discord to debunk my claim. Oh, does anyone want Irish's current address? I'd be kind of curious. Hang on. I got to message that person to know where it is I'm currently living, because that would be very impressive if you even got within 500 miles. So Peterson then created this. He created this specifically so that he can, quote unquote, debunk my evidence. And we're on number 10. I don't know how many are here, but this is not debunking shit. What I think is funny is, correct me if I'm wrong, he was just reported to his school. So I'm thinking he had to create this for his school. I'm just realizing this. He didn't create this for me. He created this to respond to his school investigation, which now makes me want to do a response video. Peterson, now I kind of want to do... Oh, you know what? We'll just use this live. I think we may have to send this live to your school board to show how much you're lying. That would make sense to me. I wish I'd used cleaner language to the principal and to the school board who may be listening to this message. I was responding to this because I thought he was being petty and I thought he was trying to put misinformation out there. But now I'm realizing he did this in order to be able to prove to you that I'm lying. I apologize for my former language and my flippancy, and I'll be a little bit more proper moving forward. Lie number 10. Did I use sexually explicit language with a minor? We've already debunked that. Before you get your back alley blank, obviously I did not. The person who I was talking to never identified as a minor. You deleted where they said it, bro. Like, what am I meant to do? I showed the evidence where you deleted all the numbers. You obviously did a search. 14, 15, 16, 17. How did I know what age they were? Reach out to that person, bro, and ask them what age they are. They never identified as a minor. How can he ever make this claim when we have indisputable evidence he deleted their ages? Of course he can claim that. And once again, it was a troll account. What is a troll account? How do you distinguish between a minor and a troll account? What's the difference? Because, I'm not getting that. I'm not tracking. Let's keep going. Line number 10. Obviously, I did not. Once again, it's a troll account. Why is that a troll account? You mean they're religious? They're religious, therefore it's a troll account? What do you think? There's not crazy religious people? What do you think the world is? The person in question is the one going by, I don't think that was the case. I don't remember that name. A person who goes by blank claiming to have proof of Jesus' divinity. Yes, there's lots of religious lunatics, and there's also a lot of religious child fanatics, bro. How fucking stupid would you have to be to take them seriously? When they tell you you're a child. Did I use foul language? Yes, because it's a troll account. Why wouldn't I? Because it's a minor, and you've got loads of minors in your server. Like, that's a good reason to me. Once again, Irish tells people to kill themselves. Okay, and? So you can talk sexually to children because Irish tells people to go kill themselves. I don't understand that logic at all. Don't understand that logic. Sorry, low battery. So Irish tells people to go kill themselves, says he's going to jerk to pictures of them, sends naked pictures of women to other men, and he's mad that I said the word blowjob. Go fuck yourself. Okay, again, because I didn't do all of this, but even if I did, does not give permission to you to talk sexually to minors. Me being a fictitious bad guy does not allow you to be a creep with minors. Doesn't allow you to bully minors, doesn't allow you to put minors in a server with suspected P-Tridios, doesn't allow you to say sexual stuff around minors. I could die tomorrow. It doesn't change what you did. The fuck you, like, these are stupid arguments. Again, it's like me saying you raped someone and your response is, well, Irish did it too. Okay, so then we're both. Even if this is true, people can think I'm bad. I don't care. None of this is true. That's why I'm not pressed about it. That's why I didn't make a stupid PowerPoint debunking it. But even if it's true, it just means you're also a scumbag. And? Lie number 11. Irish once again calling someone who's a minor not a minor. Immature kid. Okay, he's talking about this one. For the millionth time, it was a troll account. Huh? I'm sorry. Is everyone under the belief that children don't troll? I'm not understanding. Are children not big trolls on TikTok and everywhere else? We understand even if it's a troll, children can be trolls. Children can be racist. Children can be religious fanatics. But you don't get to bully them or use sexual language around them or make it susceptible for P-Tridios to reach out to them. This is just a weak, like, this is a man of logic and reason. But, oh, now, did I say immature kid? Yes, but I wasn't being serious. I was being condescending. Is it a per word choice? No, it's reflecting your belief, bro. Like, this is not evidence. Lie number 12. Did I say women's underwear to a minor? Yeah, didn't you? No, because this is the same person from earlier who never stated their age. You deleted their ages! Whatever. Lie number 13. Irish claims that I used the N-word. Nope. Nope. I said you're thirsty to use it.
Never a claim.
Said that you're thirsty to use it, and that I said I used the N-word. Irish claims that I used the N-word and that I said I used the N-word. I don't remember making that claim. I have never said it. I don't want to say it. Oh, you do want to say it. You do. So this is, I'm not disputing this. I have never said it. I suspect you have. But I'm not saying as a matter of fact. I suspect you probably have. I don't want to say it. You're thirsty to say it. And I never said that I have said it. I never said you said it. He uses this as evidence. What I said was I had black friends in college who didn't... Okay, evidence. Who didn't what? Who didn't care who said it, even if they were white. What I did say was, I don't believe you had black friends.
And he was kind of mad that like other like BIPOC people could use it, or like Hispanic people as well.
Yeah, can you find? Well, I want proof that you have a black friend, like, because I will accept as evidence for the court a single black friend of yours. Well, just
Paleo?
one. No, from college. Bring one.
Oh yeah, in Delaware or whatever.
Again, line number 13. He says this is what I'm using to say he wants to say the N-word. Nope. What I'm using is you making this argument. God, so much. Okay, great. The N-word. When people say you can say the N-word if you're black, but not if you're white, that's just racist. If you think you're allowed to say is determined by your race, that's a racist belief. Again, I'm not trying to argue for using the word LOL, but I don't see it any other way. I wouldn't say it, and this is the big part, because it's a social norm, I wouldn't break it. But it's not morally wrong. This is a really important admission. It's a social norm. Social norms are dictated by social consequences. I'll say it again. Social norms are dictated by social consequences. This is him saying, I wouldn't say it because of social consequences, but I don't think it's wrong to say it. That's what this means. It being morally wrong, I don't understand what he means by morally wrong. Wrong is morals. Morality is just a distinction between what is right or wrong from a subjective standpoint. So when you say something is not morally wrong, what you mean is it's not wrong. So he's saying for a white person to say the N-word, I'm not going to say it because of consequences, but it's not wrong for a white person to say it. Then I view this, from my standpoint, I view this as jealousy, personally. That may be unfair, but that's how I view it. The other thing it sounds like makes sense, the other thing is that it sounds like it makes sense, then it starts to make zero sense. I can tell you that teaching in California, I can't tell you how many times I hear Mexican kids call each other the N-word. And somehow everybody thinks it's okay. I saw the same thing in college. Polynesian people say it all the time. So it seems like a no whites allowed thing. Yes, it's a no whites allowed thing. You are correct. Why are you using language? Yeah, and why are you using this language, which is absolutely hearkening back to segregation? When like it said like no blacks need apply, no blacks allowed at the swimming pool, no blacks allowed at a restaurant. Why are you using that? Because you are implicitly implying that it's somewhat similar. You not being allowed to use a racial slur is not the same as a black person not being able to eat in a restaurant, bro. Like, to me, this is just crazy. And then he says, also, final point for now, I had a lot of black friends in college who didn't care who said it, so are their opinions valid? I don't believe you. And what you're telling me here is this. What you're telling me is, firstly, you lie about your friends because you don't have black friends. The second thing you're telling me is, in order for you to know they didn't care who said it, that means you're around white people who use the N-word all the time, Peterson. The only way he can know that the black friends didn't care who said it is that Peterson saw his white friends saying it. Am I wrong? Like, this is all an inference, but I think it's a pretty fucking strong inference. I think when you look at how anti-black he is, when in his server, this guy's a douchebag. I hate this guy. I don't care about this guy. He could be dead tomorrow. I don't give a shit. Horrible, horrible person, this guy. This guy's name is Jesse Peterson. I think when you have like comments like this in your server, Jesse looks like he's doing blackface. When you say that about a black guy, I think that's weird. I think that's weird. I think that when you have an undeniably obvious young black child, I think it's weird to let the people in the server call him an ape. I think it's also weird the only time in your server you ever referred to dark magic is when you're referring to someone who had the black picture. No one else had a black face in your server. Not one person. That's the first time I ever heard you refer to dark magic. I think that's weird. I think it's weird that you're claiming we only called him an ape in the context of evolution. He's just being a dumb ape. He's a little ape brain. I mean, yes, I don't deny this person was talking about evolution before. I don't deny that. Here, they're talking about Hinduism. And he's referring to him being a dumb ape. That's all permissible in his server because Peterson believes you can use whatever words you want. I called him not racist. I called him anti-black. I think it's anti-black to post a URL telling people you guys need to come watch this right now. For people in the future wondering what we're talking about. And he's talking about her ass being pointy. I would just have the understanding, don't post a photo of a black woman in a Discord making fun of her, and especially not making fun of her ass. That's what I would do. Like, that's not racist. And then bragging about how many screenshots you took, I just think that's weird behavior. It just shows like a total lack of like, I don't know, awareness or something.
He's just
This,
always punching down.
that's a great one. This one, I don't think it's funny when they've been told countless times, because Jesus is a person of color, making him an ape is wrong. We understand the intellectual point. Mammals are great, humans are great apes. We understand that, you idiot. But it's just not polite. It's just not sensitive to take a person of color and put an ape on top of it. It's just not. And then him claiming about he was protecting the person from gross Hinduism, remember? This person was not practicing Hindu, but just to show what Peterson thinks, Peterson's responding to the kid who was talking about Hinduism. By the way, this kid was not supporting Hinduism. Peterson was just too dumb to know. What the fuck is a Shiva? And why should I care? Is this some Hindu thing? There are 9 Hindus in America. They have no impact on my life. I have zero reason to care. This is the same guy who's like pretending to protect Hindus. Like, this is ridiculous. This is the same guy who says, I don't want to be Islamophobic. This just tells me they're forced to convert. Which countries rape women? Oh, right, Muslim. And I'll continue. And then execute them for having sex outside of marriage. Oh, right, Muslim countries. I'm not, listen, I have huge issues with all religions, right? I'm not criticizing him criticizing religions. But him pretending that he's not Islamophobic is ridiculous. He is Islamophobic. Which is, you do you, but why are you pretending? Okay, so back to his points. So Irish claims that I use the N-word. No, Irish claims, I literally have a video on my page where it says Peterson is thirsty to use the N-word. I don't think that's an unfair inference. This is a federal crime known as extortion. Great, report it. Report it. Report
Can I
it.
just ask a question?
Yeah, go
Why
for it.
is he so pro free speech and he allows anyone to use any targeted words towards different marginalized groups? He's okay with that. He'll defend people's right to be racist, sexist, all that. But then as soon as you tell the truth about what's happening in a server, he wants to restrict your freedom of speech. Then all of a sudden, freedom of speech goes out the window and he goes, how dare you accuse me of that? But all you're doing, Irish, is practicing your freedom of speech, right? Just like he allows in his server. So why is he suddenly against freedom of speech now?
We made that point that it's an Elon Musk love of freedom of speech. It's freedom for me, but not for you. His extortion crime, I don't know why he's clipping this. I'm telling him what I want in the DMs. There's 7 things I list. One of them was age verification for the server. Another one was make sure there's no Schmeta files in the server. And one of the other ones was that he got my account bananaed. One of my big accounts bananaed. It had hundreds of dollars on the account. I told him I want him to do one of 2 things. It wasn't a demand, it was a request. He either messaged TikTok and tell them you made a mistake reporting me, or you donate $150 to a deserving third party. Not extortion. If it was extortion, I wouldn't say it so freely on a live. I'll say it even more freely. I told him what I was interested in terms of requests. The things that would make him accountable, make people safe, and make me whole. And in that list of 7, I told him, because he got my account banned, because we showed screenshots where he said he unblocked me, he said he reported me, and then he bragged about getting my account permabanned. Those are all facts. On that account was hundreds of dollars. Everyone who knows me knows I don't ask for for gifts. I don't take money. But over a 2-year period, people just send you shit and I never take my money out, ever. And so I thought it would be fitting for him to donate $150 to someone. And he's calling that extortion. Okay, charity is like go cry. Like him calling it extortion, like it's just ridiculous. Serial stalking people and their families. This is a screenshot that from 2 years ago about a guy named Cry Corner, where there was a 10-point plan to torment the hell out of this individual and find out everything possible about him and his family. And
What did Cry Corner do?
Cry Corner had, I don't want to disclose it because it was personal to Mac. He disclosed and then weaponized personal information about a person.
Oh, I think I can understand what's being inferred here, and I would do this tomorrow. TBH.
He broke the news on that. Believe it or not.
The plan
That
was
out
also only
public.
only even discussed after he had attempted to find Irish.
Well, not just attempted to. He announced on a live he wants to find who I am and that he was asking people for help to find me. After he did that, and by the way, this man has since come forward and said, you know what? I understand where you were coming from. This is an example of someone who's weaponizing other people to protect himself. I don't have to discuss.
Triangulation.
Yeah, I have no need to discuss this. This, I can say, I could say, where do you say I say something about unaliving people? I could say I'm a serial murderer. That doesn't change what you did. So I don't understand. Okay, I did this, I did this, I did this. And telling people to unalive themselves. And
None of that.
I don't care.
Irish
Yeah,
has disclosed about, or just has presented about Peterson. None of that disproves that.
Hang on, is that everything? Wait.
What about the stuff that's like above the extortion bit? Like, what's your response to that?
What part was above the extortion bit? Hang on. You got to understand, I'm working on screenshots here.
Yeah, no, I know.
Above extortion.
Oh, you're only looking at screenshots.
That was on the N word.
Wait, but then no one sent you the images where you allegedly send out nude pictures of someone.
Sure, I'll address that. The issue with that was that there was someone who I trusted, who I cared about, who I had been schmexually, consensually in contact with. We then broke up entirely. It's a very well documented breakup. I don't talk about it publicly a lot because it's personal stuff. But what happened was they ended up sending me and multiple men graphic images. I didn't know they'd done this to other people at the same time. And they did this in response to, or close proximity, so I assume in response to, me saying, I'm done, I don't want anything more to do with you, because they had been, I think the word spiraling and being more aggressive with people would be fair. They were making death threats against, or making death threats and threatening people who are around me. And I had to remove them from my life because they had just gotten way out of line. They then started sending me images that they had made for other men in order to harass me, that they were sending against my consent, that they were sending specifically to remind me that I was quote unquote a cuck, that all I was to them was a dick, and that moving forward, this is going to be what that guy's getting. I didn't know how to block them because they had, I don't know if the Discord's fixed this or not, but a year and a half ago, they did this thing where they would send it, block me, so I couldn't respond and I couldn't block them. And then they would do this repeatedly. And so in my server, and Ernesto can vouch for this part, I asked in my server for help that I'm having someone do this where they're sending me stuff on Discord and then blocking me so I can't get them off. Because when you're blocked, on TikTok, for example, Peterson right now is probably using the fact that he blocked me, right? And what that means is he can unblock me whenever he wants, come into my live, report me, and then block me. but I can't block him because I'm pre-blocked. Does that make sense? And so she was capitalizing on that. And when the people in the server, when I brought this up, didn't have a solution or any way of being able to figure it out or help me, and Ernesto can attest that that was part of the conversation.
Yeah.
I then vented to a couple of close friends that this was fucking crazy and that this was fucking disgusting, that this was out of line. I also vented about the fact that I also vented because I didn't know what to do to stop it. And also I wanted to create a record because she would also then delete what was being sent. I don't, or let me rephrase this. I was about to say I don't feel bad. I don't like hurting people who are not bad people. If you're a bad person, I've got no problem hurting you, right? I don't like hurting people. That person to me is someone who I very much cared about and do still care about today, who did something that was really bad and that I have lots of feelings about, that I don't feel like I want to share with people my feelings about it because I feel conflicted about it. Looking back, I don't know if she was going through something. I don't think she's a bad person. I genuinely really like her. If you ask everyone up here, my biggest problem is I kept making excuses because I think she is a good person. But she did some really, 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 really bad things. And so I don't like to talk about it because it's hard to talk about it without saying something negative about her, which I don't have a desire to do publicly. And instead what happened was those close friends, one of them, I ended up outing a very bad person on TikTok, a rampant racist that I think everyone in the comments knows, don't say their name. That person then paid one of my close friends $5,000 to $10,000 to get damaging information on me. That then prompted my friend to then share those images in order to push this narrative that I was going around harassing someone when I was the one who was being harassed. And now you've all these fucking grapey guys who I call out on a regular basis running to exploit that narrative in order to undermine me whenever it is I go out about this. I hate that. I hate it because of the fact I still care about that person, and it's gross to me that it keeps coming up and I can't control it, which is why I don't like talking about it. I'm going through the full story right now because you're up here in good faith. So I'm sharing it in good faith, but I hate that I have to describe my personal stuff publicly because guys, when I go after them, want to keep on trying to come after me. Respectfully, if someone sends you, if someone sends me a non-consensual, not just without consent, a non-consensual image, and sends it that to harass me, I don't think it's more, or let me rephrase it, because I wouldn't, because I also forgot to add this. When I said I was sharing the images were redacted. Or like, just to be clear, there was no nudity shown in the images. I redacted the nudity part, right? And so I personally don't think that if I heard of another person who was receiving images against their consent designed to harass, if that person created a public website with those unredacted nudes, I wouldn't care at all. I personally wouldn't care at all. I wouldn't do that, but I wouldn't care at all. So I don't know if that satisfies you, but what I'll say is I don't know how that's relevant to what Peterson did.
I didn't mean to like get into anything bad. It was just, it wasn't like one of the pictures that you were,
Yeah, well,
showing.
I mean,
My bad.
yeah,
really
but I mean, just to be clear, I'm following what I have. That wasn't leaving something out. This is just the order in which I got everything.
Right. I post. I also want to point out there is a group of just people that don't like Irish, that when they see him calling out these bad people, will go out and reach to people like Peterson to try to give Peterson dirt to use against them. That's a very common thing. When Irish calls out those horrible people, they do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I understand what happens, but like, again, I didn't mean to bring up anything bad. I genuinely just was
You didn't.
curious.
You didn't do anything wrong. I just decided to indulge it. I don't usually indulge it because, you know, I care about the person. I feel weird talking about it. But I mean, I feel like I give a comprehensive answer. So like, there's not really much else to say about it. But yeah, I don't love to talk about it.
Yeah, but that makes sense, obviously. I mean, from what you said. So I'm never gonna bring that up again.
No, it's fine. But again, this is just the example of how they continue to try to deflect. It's just pure deflection. And to me, this is what I have a problem with, is this is a weaponization of, you know, in my case, I mean, I don't like to call it sexual harassment because it was someone who I cared about, right? But it's not right. You don't do that. I would never, ever, 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 ever send a photo of my dick to an ex saying, Sarah is now the owner of this dick, and you're never going to get this dick. All you wore to me was a pussy. And moving forward, I want you to see these images so that you know what you're missing out on. I would fucking never do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the people in the comments, there's an FBI agent assigned to this. No, there's not. You guys are so fucking stupid.
Yeah, I still haven't actually seen.
Well, hang on, because to those people, I'm inviting you up. I'll ask the question again. Why do you guys usually not come up? To Denim, Whale, and to South Park TV. Why don't you come up? You guys seem to know about some FBI investigation. Why don't you come up? Because you're fucking cowards and liars.
Yeah, again, it always comes down to the fact that if they go to another creator and they make these claims and they go and they try to troll, they usually end up just getting blocked and moved on. We always try to invite them up. Come confirm that. Yeah, show the proof, talk about it, but they never do. Never.
Never, never, never.
All they can do is put out a little bit of information in order to hurt your reputation. And like the other part of this is, I speak on grape culture primarily. I don't talk about the impact their words have on my reputation, because then that validates the argument that men fucking whine about when they're falsely accused of shit. But I'll say this, I've been falsely accused of countless things, almost all by guys. And it's a little exhausting, but I just don't go into it. So is there anything in his debunking? Because as I said, I wasn't trying to skip anything. Is there anything you think I've not addressed?
Personally, no. I mean, you kind of hit everything.
So
And,
I'm going to ask you respectfully.
Hmm.
You had the energy to slide into my comments. You had the energy to come up here. You had the energy to spend a few hours. What do you now have the energy for? Because respectfully, I need other people to be doing this shit because they just keep saying Irish is crazy, Irish is crazy, or Irish is a sexual predator. And like, I need people having the same energy coming for me that they do for Peterson. And if you go to his comments, he's just going to block you. I fucking guarantee you that. But like, go educate people. Let them fucking know. Like, go back to those same videos, find every troll and be like, dude, I thought exactly like you, but I heard him out. He's right. Peterson's lying. Like, help me. Because it feels very fucking lonely. Aside from like the people, or let me rephrase it. People in my server are fucking amazing. Brussels, Nutka, Ernesto, like the people in my server are amazing. On TikTok, it feels very, very, very lonely.
The one thing I also want to point out is they're gonna, if you do decide to at least comment on his videos or anything like that, just say, hey, I was after having a live with Irish, I can't see any of this being true. I just don't see it anymore. I don't see it. And they decide to block you. I don't see that as a bad thing. That's just proving more of the point That's proving more the point that they don't.
This sort of thing with Peterson, you know, where you get to like actually just question it, you know.
Question what?
Well, like how do I say it? Like, because I came in here like with the idea of, oh, you know, because Peterson, you know, fucking, this is probably not right, but let me go around check it. And this is, I think, this is the first time where I've commented something and it's kind of not just been you're dumb as shit, kill yourself. And instead kind of invited to actually learn.
To be fair, he never said he didn't tell anyone to kill himself.
Well, no, it's just that, you know, if there's something like where a creator does, like, you know, is accused of something, then if you try to like go to the other side and then see, well, you know, when you want to search for more information, and if you try to comment stuff, then usually people will come by to defend or like, you know.
It's valid. I think you were up here for a really long time, though. There is literally.
I was up here for way longer than expected. Holy shit!
For way longer than the 3-hour YouTube video you could have watched in double speed, which is kind of why people get irritated. Like all the information is out there.
I mean, we do these lives, like Brussels is alluding to the fact that like you could have just watched a YouTube video, but like I am fine redoing this every time because there's 100+ people who also just saw the same stuff again.
To be fair, I genuinely don't think I would have found your YouTube video because I didn't realize it was under the channel Planet Peterson Exposed. I thought it was Irish and NYC. So I had to really
honestly, Irish, maybe you can add that to like the tags on the video.
I sent you a request, South Park TV. Come on up. If okay, tell us where he was disgraced.
Yeah, I sent an invite to one of the other ones. I can't remember their names. Whoop. Started with a W.
So this is the only time where I do block someone, is where Worthless Fox, for example, is in the comments, right?
That's it.
And Worthless Fox is not, like, you got to understand, I post, talking to you in the comments in the videos is like a waste of fucking time. I do it, but it's a waste of time. Talking to people in the comments while I'm live, it's a waste of time. If you're going to be talking shit, I just expect you to come up and talk it. And if you're not willing to do that, get the fuck out. Like, that's the only time I'll block. Not because you're talking shit, but because you're not saying it with your chest and coming up and actually speaking it.
And we give them the opportunity first and foremost. We don't just it's never just a block. If they can be invited up, we invite them up. When they decline it and then continue on with the same comment over and over again, then what's the point? What's the point of them even being?
Wait, Alex for Truth is back in here. Alex, can you send me a DM if you have Discord? I do genuinely want to talk to you and send you like some information I collected this week, unlike last night, that I think you could use.
Alec.
Okay, Peterson outlined exactly why you're lying. I don't need to speak. I post. Can you do me a favor? Can you talk to South Park, who came in here exactly like you did? So South Park, I post came in here exactly like you did, but he's been in here for like 3 hours. Just listen to what he has to say.
Well, I mean, I don't know if it's like possible to watch back alive, but I think eventually at one point he, what was it? I mean, like the whole going through every like debunking claim. And I gotta admit personally, it's pretty fucking bad looking for Peterson. I mean, there are still some things that I personally like think maybe it's pushing a little bit, but for the most part, you know, that's kind of like just this personal.
Let me ask you this, iPost. After going through this and being here for 3 hours, do you believe everything that you've seen on that outline?
Peterson. No. Like, not anything that I can exactly say that's like, you know, definitive. You know, he makes an attempt, but.
And it was a good attempt, and it actually like it's a good attempt for somebody who doesn't do the effort or just take the time to look further into it like you have.
I mean, that's kind of why I came here to comment. You know, I was genuinely curious. I usually do try to like seek the two sides and stuff, but you know.
Yeah.
He's also taken like a really long time to debunk these supposed things.
Yeah, he
But
had
This
time
could
to
have
consider it. Yeah.
been ended a long time ago had he just talked it out or like admitted, just acknowledged anything. But the fact he's still denying, I don't know.
Am I the only person that thinks it would have been easier for him to just be like, yeah, I guess you're right. Some things happened in my
Yes.
Discord server that shouldn't have happened. If you have like any recommendations about how I should conduct this in the future, I'm really open to hearing it because clearly I don't exactly know what I'm doing.
Yeah, Pastor Scott, in the comments, just Pastor Scott, no, not a single person up here is a flat earther. Well, I post, I don't know if you are or not. I'm assuming you're not. Just based on the fact that you were in Peterson's Discord and not opposition. But no, Pastor Scott, no one here is a flat earth. This has absolutely nothing to do with flat earth.
They're so
Peter-
obsessed.
Wait, Peterson, Pastor Scott, Peterson is a great guy. Peterson endangers minors is a anti-black, sexist, misogynistic, disgusting scumbag.
I
What you
think
mean to say is
Pastor
that-
Scott is too, though. Think I've seen him before.
Oh.
I was going to say, I used to actually follow Planet Peterson because I liked his debates with just his debates with the flat earthers, and also because I'm very like, he would also debate Christianity and things, if I remember correctly, when he first started. So I actually followed him in the beginning, and I liked him up until I started like noticing his shift to this alt-right language. I started noticing these like subtle undertones, and I'm like, ooh, maybe it's just me, but something feels off. And then I like unfollowed him after, especially that man versus bear. That's when he was like, I don't know why these women are being illogical. Like, even though like we're 2.1 times more likely, or we have a 2.1 million, 1 in 2.1 million chance of being attacked by a bear, and a 1 in 3 of being attacked by a man. And he was still like, that's illogical. That's totally illogical and emotional and blah blah blah. And that's when I realized, I was like, oh, you're feeling hurt. You're feeling your access to women being cut off by this video. And by this question that a man started, by the way. A man's the one that started that man versus bear question. Hate to break it to the men. So once I saw that video, I was like, okay, well, that sealed the deal. And then after that is like, or shortly after that, I think is when I saw the other videos that you did, Irish. And that's when I was like, oh, so my weird vibes weren't off this time.
Your hunch was confirmed.
He gives
Yeah.
MRA for real.
Yeah.
Speaking of Man v Bear, this man literally told me, what day was it? Thursday?
A couple nights ago. Yeah.
Wednesday, because Yams was at work. That he doesn't think grape culture exists in the States.
He doesn't, but then like it's funny because if you hear men talk about their biggest fear, it's always going to jail surrounded by other men. I find that interesting.
Not Brussels using her boyfriend as a calendar.
I found this interesting. This is Blitz and Blitz's server just like a week or two ago. Hey, y'all, I'm not sure if there are any minors in here, but as of today, if you're under 18, you're restricted to science-based topics. Why did you not know there were minors in here? And what are the non-science-based topics? And how are you restricting them if you don't know their age?
Hey guys, let me know if you're under the age of 18
hang on.
so I can block you.
Well, now I'm understanding. Remember we always talk about men don't defend men. Men defend their future actions or what they can be. They want to create a buffer zone. I didn't know Blitz's server had minors in it. Now it makes and I'm not saying Blitz's server had the same stuff. I'm not saying that. I didn't know Blitz had minors in his server. Now it makes sense. Because he was like, oh my God, if Peterson's getting in trouble for minors in his server, I have to protect Peterson to protect myself. Now it makes sense. What's up, Scarface?
Yeah, what's the topic?
Come on, man. Like, why would you join if you don't know the topic?
Well, because
Can I ask you a question? That's not even your real voice. Do you go on a date? Do you go on a date with a person without knowing the gender of the person?
I mean, probably.
Isn't there like some information you ask in advance before engaging socially with people?
I don't know. Hello, Paul.
I don't get it. Like, just like maybe, I don't know, pay attention to comments popping up when you think you've got something of value, and otherwise,
Stop dating. All right, that makes more sense.
I post. Can I ask you, like, you were in Peterson's server, or like, how do you know him if you're not really into the TikTok debate
Oh,
world?
well, basically, what was it? I mean, I'm just scrolling TikTok, right? And then I see his video come up where, the whole thing with like Irish, and I was like, hold up, what the fuck? Because somewhat serious accusations. So I wanted to try to, go out and see what exactly has Peterson said, and then what exactly has Irish said. And then at the time, I saw more merit in Peterson's like claims and stuff like that, right? So I wanted to comment under Irish to sort of ask the question that I had, sort of, wanting to ask. And then, what was it? Irish, he responded, and of course, as I wasn't as knowledgeable as I am now, I of course still asked questions because I was kind of confused. And then when I went back to look, like the comment, right, I saw that Irish was live, so I just thought, fuck it, might as well just see what's going on. So it was mainly just sort of like I'm not like a follower or like a big fan of Peterson. It was just that it came across, and I was like, I kind of like his videos. I wonder what's bigger picture.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring you up, Scarface, to drop you. That's it. Since you're yapping in the comments.
But I hope that sort of answered the question, Nuka.
Yeah. I mean, listen,
Yeah,
you. Yeah, I mean, I think you're a little bit more heated in our video comments, but
Oh yeah, no, it definitely was. But that was because I was totally, fucking stupid.
No,
So I'm sorry about that.
No. You were misled on purpose.
Hmm.
It was intentional. He hasn't confronted these allegations head on really since May 26th, or like whenever this first kind of started going down. Like he has nothing. Like he has no defense. He's flailing and he's just lying. It's crazy.
I was gonna say, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm done. You're good.
I'm sorry. I'm so bad at timing. Sorry.
No, really, I'm doing dishes. You're good.
I apologize. I don't mean to
Again,
cut anyone off.
aquatic things. Go ahead. Yep.
No, I was just gonna say real quick. I used to follow him, but what I will tell you is that people that are highly, really good at lying and being manipulative, they trick people all the time. Like that's why every time I get in like debates about DV, things like that, and men are like, "Oh, women need to vet men better." Most of you can't vet each other. Like, let's be real, and that's not a diss. None of us can. Manipulative people are good at what they do. There's a reason they haven't been captured by the CIA or FBI or anybody else. So how are we as people, if the CIA, FBI, and everybody else can't figure out who bad people are in society, how are we as civilians supposed to figure it out until we have some idea, right? But then once we get the evidence and we're able to make a decision, then hopefully we make the right one.
Agreed. I think the problem is, unfortunately, that a lot of people, and I do think it is a large issue with men, maybe it is also with women, that we just think we actually are able to vet them. And we just have this belief that if they're my friend, they're a good guy. If we like them, they're a good guy. And we don't ask themselves, what about the other parts we don't know? So that guy who was in here half hour ago, I don't remember who it was, who said Peterson's a good guy. You've seen Peterson debate exactly two topics, evolution and flat earth. Those are not complicated topics, right? Like those don't show your morality as an individual in any way whatsoever. So what you're saying is you like seeing him bully really stupid people. That's fine. Why would you think that also means he's not a dangerous person for kids? Like, I don't know why we do this as society, but we just protect that which is familiar.
I post. Do you also know that he was kind of outed at a school board meeting, and they're doing an investigation as well? Like that's how
No,
seriously
I hadn't seen that part yet. I know Irish Manson did a bit, but I hadn't really I still haven't seen evidence.
Yeah, but to be
Irish
fair,
didn't do it. No.
No, but to be fair, it was based upon the evidence that I identified. So, like, it's not like a parent came forward independent. Just to be clear, I don't want to make it sound like there's also parents doing stuff.
True.
Yeah, no, again, a lot of what I've learned is like just from this live. So that I probably still not, on like some of the stuff, like, how you said he was being investigated by the school board. Some stuff like that I haven't heard about. So, yeah.
The issue here, the issue and why Peterson, for some reason, seems like he can't back down, is because he's always had the luxury of using science to prove what he debated. This had nothing to do with science, but he still was in that mindset that I cannot be wrong. I know he knows that he's wrong. I know he knows that he's lying because he's just by the things that he has erased and deleted proves that, and then using those things in his explanation as to why Irish is lying is him lying. But he just can't see himself being wrong because he's never wrong based on with the arguments that he uses in the rest of his TikTok career.
And he's like a mediocre white guy, so they just see themselves as infallible sometimes.
I'm having an impulsive thought that I need to say out loud.
Go for it.
Please say it.
Do you think there's any sort of statistical evidence or studies done on the upper lip thickness of white men and their contributions to grape culture? Just looking at this picture, I'm just kind of...
White men, Nero.
I was going to say, they're even thinner than mine, some of them. I'm impressed.
I mean, for me, it's on Blitz's face that kind of like, I've talked about this before, I can't get over it. It kind of looks like a shovel, like where his nose is like the handle. There's like that little, like, it's probably a shadow, but it's just, I don't know. It just looks weird.
around the nasolabial crease, kind of like in that area. I see it.
Yeah, it like goes out to his cheek and then kind of goes down to his chin. It's just, I don't know what's happening there. Neuro, do you know what Blitz has said? And also Irish, I think Shubity sent you a message.
I don't, but I also followed him for a long time. I used to listen to his debates, like both of them actually, ironically, because I was just like, oh, at least they debate flat earthers and stuff, and they, debate, religion. So that's the reason, like, I'm in a lot of atheist spaces. So that's how I was following both of them. The Blitz, I've heard little bits on. I'm still trying to understand kind of like what's going on, but I'm not going to defend him. Like, that's the difference about me, I guess. Like, I see people that I used to like respect and follow. And as soon as I find something out that's true, that's horrible, I don't like them anymore. I know it's a weird thing that I do, but I can.
Crazy.
It is crazy. I don't support them and defend them. It's weird. It's really weird.
Wow.
There has to be a study though, because there is a study on like the base proportions of men and like the propensity to be like gay.
We've done deep research into PP's nose.
What nose?
It's not looking good. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Oh, did Scarface disappear? Because Scarface was challenging you Irish to it. He wanted you to head to Limerick to
an Irish off.
To have a fisticuffs.
The Fighting Irish.
Irish, are you still here? What did the middle ground say to you?
He's having chicken.
No, I'm listening.
He's still eating chicken.
It's chicken time.
No, I'm right here.
I'm just joking.
You could be saying you're right here with the mouthful of chicken.
I can drop it in the server.
Chicken?
I posted it recently. I was asking if the middle ground ever responded to you talking about fisticuffs.
Are we ever going to go over the conversation between you and Peterson on grape culture? Because
that's up to Irish.
insane.
I think I might actually like have blood pouring out of my ears if I have to listen to myself talk for 45 minutes.
Same.
You did great.
Yeah, I can. What I'd like to do is maybe restart and come back in like maybe an hour, only because my phone's near dead.
And he wants more chicken.
Huh? No, chicken's all gone. So it's like coming up on 9 p.m. Eastern. 10 p.m. Eastern, I'll go live again. What's her name? Addie, the woman who called all of you all dick riders. She said she may join the live because I do have to make an apology about something, to be fair. So that may also be what takes place at 10 o'clock. Otherwise, at 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern, we'll have the live ready for Brussels. But can someone like tee that up? Because I just don't have like a ton of like, I don't know. I just
Brussels?
yeah,
Maybe you
someone's
can give like a brief rundown of what to expect from this.
yeah, we'll be playing a video where Brussels finally gets to confront Peterson on his grape culture belief, and hopefully we get a little bit of pleasure out of doing so.
Well, it started with the man v bear.
I was
So
just
yeah.
yapping. I was yapping at this man. It just
How
felt
dare
like
you?
yapping.
And
We're
he was
supposed to
just
know. We're
flailing.
supposed to know our place, Brussels.
I did tell him to read a book at one point, which I
How
thought was
dare
kind
you?
of funny.
It is good that there's no more grape culture in America. Like that's awesome. I didn't know that until 2 nights ago.
I
Until he
also
told me, and
see.
I just trust any old white guy on the internet. So
Wait, do we have autonomy of our like over our own bodies now too? This is awesome. Let's celebrate.
shh, don't spread it.
Unless you're
Don't you
ran through
talk.
like public transit, according to Peterson.
Oh,
My most recent post is about the debates last night and how people were enjoying that debate.
I
I
just
feel like
really need to
having
do
a
uterus
known
transplants.
rapist for a president sets a pretty dangerous precedent.
Just
I
proves
don't mean to
his
interrupt.
future.
All right, what's
I
up?
was just gonna. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go
I was
ahead.
just trying to say I'm getting off because it's like really late here. But
I was gonna
thank
be
you.
so mean for no reason, but instead I'm just gonna say goodbye and have a nice
I appreciate you joining. I appreciate you having the integrity to come
Well,
up
yeah.
and
I
talk
mean,
about it.
I just
and your
appreciate
faith.
you kind of had an open mind to me, even though I, was probably very misinformed.
This may be the last person that you'll find that has that kind of an open mind on this app.
Yeah, you did good.
yeah.
We
Irish has the
appreciate
receipt,
people
so
like
you came
you.
to the right place.
I appreciate
How-
you joining. I'm going to go live in an hour, 13 minutes.
Yeah,
All the
I'm not
best.
gonna be there. I'm dead as shit.
I just
So,
give you a follow. All
You
the
should
best.
come back and listen to me debate Peterson if you're a real one. Just saying.
Gosh.
Who
All right.
needs